never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Our US correspondent Simon Marks has more.
Vice President Harris absolutely focusing on the battleground state of Michigan. Democrats are worried about Arab American voters there who say they're going to sit this election out because they're unhappy with the way in which the White House has handled the crisis in Gaza. Donald Trump is hitting 3 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia. He wants to see whether in making final appearances in those states he can create the difference, persuade undecided voters to come into his corner. But there's no question that there is pressure now on the Trump campaign. The Harris campaign believes that they are seeing early data from the early vote, and more than 70 million Americans have already cast their ballots, that indicates momentum shifting in Kamala Harris's direction. But of course, they would say that, wouldn't they?
Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza. This comes as the head of UNICEF issued a dire warning about the life-threatening situation in the northern part of the enclave. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
Well, the Israeli military has announced the deaths of 3 soldiers over the last day, bringing that number up to 370 since the war in Gaza began. Now, Israel's renewed offensive is continuing in this northern part of the Gaza Strip, with the army saying that Hamas has now regrouped there, and that is why there is this new offensive happening. UNICEF is ringing the alarm bells ahead of that group coming out to say that the entire population of the northern area of Gaza is at risk of dying from disease, famine, and bombardment. And we do need to remember here that that deadline given by the United States for Israel to drastically increase aid into the Strip, that is fast approaching November 13. And if Israel doesn't get enough aid in, then it is at risk of having weapons held up.
At least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area.
We were all in bed, and when I heard the noise when the thing hit, I thought it was just a direct hit by lightning. It was a loud pop, but it was the roof coming off the house.
That was one resident, Joe Payne, who says luckily no one was injured at his home. More than 80,000 homes and businesses are without power in Oklahoma following the storms. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more depth at the crisis in Valencia after the King of Spain had mud thrown at him over the weekend by local residents furious at the failure of authorities to provide them with sufficient warning of torrential rains that created flash floods, killing more than 200 people. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, was evacuated from one town on Sunday after being confronted by furious locals. Juan Bodera sits in the local parliament in Valencia and says the national government has engaged in criminal negligence.
The situation is crazy because of the mismanagement of the government, of the regional government. And of course, there are shared responsibilities with the national government, and there are cities in the zone that have not yet been able to clean up their entire territory. There are still flooded garages and maybe victims there. Buildings whose stability may be compromised by the water, health problems that may be aggravated by the water conditions. So the situation is quite dramatic, and the response of the regional government is beyond words and comprehensible.
The Spanish Civil Guard says extra resources are now being used in the search for people missing in the floods. The government has not yet provided any estimate of how many people are missing, and when numbers are given, they could only cause further fury. On Sunday, some in the crowd called the king a murderer. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza, and at least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, without further ado, just like that, call it a wrap. That's another weekend in the books. Hey, looky there. First weekend for the month of November. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, welcome into the greatest day of the week. Monday, here it comes. All right, yes, it is Election Day Eve, we'll call it. As the millions of folks had continued early voting over the weekend, I think the final tally is going to be approaching 80 million votes cast prior to Election Day. Now, obviously, the rules vary from state to state. Here in the state of Ohio, if you have not early voted yet, you got to wait till Election Day Tuesday. No early voting here on Monday, the day before the election. Like I said, rules vary from state to state. There's a little controversy. Supposedly in the state of Georgia, there was not supposed to be early voting over the past weekend. But a handful of counties kept the polls open. There's got to be controversy somewhere, right? But first things first, hope you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A few clouds outside the secret bunker, 63 degrees. Had a few chilly mornings, but overall not a bad weekend. We've started a warming trend. It's going to continue on into Monday and Tuesday this week. Kind of like the roller coaster ride. Temperatures up and down, up and down. Now, we knew heading into the weekend, forecasters had been raising the flags about potential severe weather impacting the heart of the country, and that threat actually continues on into Monday and Election Day itself. Now, we saw, right about 24 hours ago, as we speak, things were unfolding in Oklahoma. And I'll tell you what, when the sun came up here Sunday morning, lots of damage, severe storms and tornadoes battering Oklahoma early Sunday morning, tossing cars, ripping roofs off buildings in the middle of the night. Tens of thousands of homes and businesses losing power. Numerous injuries, 11 requiring hospitalization. None of those were life-threatening, according to the reports I've seen. Much of the damage occurred in and around Oklahoma City, right there near the state's center. Although there were reports of damage at various points around the state, and early morning storms set off tornado warnings that extended to the Arkansas state line. Heavy rains causing flash flooding in some areas. One lightning strike sparking a house fire. More than 99,000 homes and businesses at the height of the storm were without power. By midday Sunday, that was down to about 34,000, and obviously they've made more progress through the day, but there are still some in the dark tonight. Miraculously, no fatalities reported as of midday Sunday. Chief forecaster at the National Weather Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma said he believes 6 or more tornadoes hit that state Sunday night, overnight, for Saturday night into Sunday morning. They had warned residents brace for more heavy rain and possible additional severe weather right on through the upcoming day today, Monday. We're not done with this yet. In the town of Choctaw, east of Oklahoma City, firefighters and police officers going door to door Sunday morning to ask about injuries. It leveled a complete neighborhood in Choctaw, according to the mayor there. Speaking to the Associated Press, he added that debris was hindering search and rescue efforts, power lines down everywhere. A lot of roads were blocked. It's hard to get through. Very large trees blocking roadways. Oklahoma City Fire Department spokesman Scott Douglas tells the Associated Press heavy rain and the lingering threat of tornadoes in the early morning darkness were complicating the search and rescue efforts. Described a first sweep of hard-hit areas about 1:30 a.m. It was a heavy downpour. We were trying to sweep the area with another possibility of a tornado coming through. So that was in the back of our minds. Emergency workers freeing 2 people from an overturned mobile home, including a woman injured when an air conditioner landed on her leg. The scale of the damage, though, coming clearer as daylight broke Sunday morning. Local television footage showing downed power lines, walls peeled off homes, overturned vehicles, neighborhood streets littered with debris. Again, at least 11 transported to hospitals, injuries that were described as non-life-threatening. There were some other minor injuries, what they call some walking wounded, that were getting treatment on their own. All right, they do say that the early weather warnings and the tornado sirens awaking folks at those late night hours indeed likely saved lives. There are additional strong storms sweeping through Oklahoma again at this hour. Most of the action tonight just to the east of Oklahoma City, but you've got bands of rain that are kind of stacked up, one line after another. You'll have a line of storms come through, things lighten up, and then another round pushing through from west to east. That's through central and southeast Oklahoma. There are some flood warnings, flash flood warnings in place there in southeast Oklahoma, where they say several inches of rain have fallen over just the past couple of hours, and some may see another inch and a half of rain. They're in southeast and east central Oklahoma. Aside from that, heavy rains that extend up right through the heart of Missouri tonight. A lot of rain. Yeah, several strong lines, one of which is kind of pushing through the Springfield area. Rains extending on over into southern Illinois tonight. You've got another pocket of heavy rain impacting areas in the Dakotas. North Dakota moving into northern portions of Minnesota tonight. Rain falling in the lower peninsula of Michigan. None of that severe, light to moderate rainfall in most cases. But that's the storm that will bring some much-needed rain to the plains in the Midwest into early week here. Those storms that started as early as Friday evening. A few reports of hail and damaging winds back into southeastern New Mexico and western Texas. We saw a bit of a lull in severe weather once those storms in the midnight, early morning hours pushed through in Oklahoma. More storms developed, though, Sunday afternoon. A line will quickly form from central Oklahoma to northern and central Texas. And we'll see some additional development overnight, with some areas receiving multiple rounds of storms. The growing concern is the flooding, despite widespread drought, too much rain falling too quickly. The ground is often less able to absorb rainfall when you're under drought conditions. The ground hardening with the lack of moisture. Headed into the new work week, the peak of severe weather is expected. The multi-day early November severe weather outbreak will likely reach its peak today, Monday, with a large moderate risk area that extends from the Dallas-Fort Worth area northeastward all the way into southeastern Kansas City. Flash flooding, damaging winds, hail, and isolated tornadoes can occur in that corridor, impacting travel on some major interstates 35, 40, 44. AccuWeather will continue to monitor today's potential. It is possible that an eventual upgrade to a high risk may be needed today, they tell us. That's not a good sign. Regardless, widespread damaging winds are expected today. Similar to the weekend, the risk will last into the overnight hours. That severe weather threat will continue in some areas after sunset, which is particularly dangerous. They also advise make sure you have your alerts enabled and audible on your weather apps to receive warnings in the overnight hours. It looks like a much lower risk of severe weather as millions head to the polls on Tuesday. Now, that said, it will not be a dry day nationwide. Those waiting in some of the lines outdoors on Tuesday will need to be prepared for the threat of lightning and heavy downpours, which could extend from portions of Louisiana and Arkansas northeastward into the middle Mississippi River Valley and the lower Ohio Valley. Thunderstorms not likely further to the north, but a rather chilly, rainy day is in the forecast for some of those swing states like Wisconsin and Michigan. Some localized downpours could lead to ponding on roadways, of course, parts of Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan, and northern portions of lower Michigan again Tuesday. By the time the rain's all said and done Tuesday, many areas will have several inches of rain. Flash flooding will be a concern, with a large area of 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. Some locations in that swath from southeastern Kansas and southwestern Missouri through northeast and central Oklahoma may end up with totals of 8 to 12 inches of rain. So there you go. Look at our traveler's weather. We kick off a brand new week. Philly Dan jumps on board right out of the box. Hope you had a good weekend. It is that time once again. Yes, it is. Hello, Jacob. Good morning to the overnight drive. 68 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. There's Gary Montgomery on board. Good morning to the overnight crew. Rockpick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, clouds 43, a chilly night. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. Get a cup of coffee, let's go. And thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for bringing us After Midnight Talk Radio with Steve Summers on the overnight drive. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Say its name, Peanut the Squirrel. All right. Hello to Marianne. Good to have you on board. Trust you had a good weekend as well. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 36 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut to get the new week started. Hello, Rubber Duck. Shout out to his friend Dean Cullison. He said, this is the show I was telling you about. What's up, gang? It's the end of an awesome weekend with the grandkids. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Josh. There's Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Ready for another great 5 hours. All right, we'll have to see if we can live up to your expectations there.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, of course, we cannot kick off a new week without those magical words from Captain Ron.
Yeah, the greatest day of the week.
Here we are.
Good morning.
Morning.
Here we are. How are you?
Doing all right. I guess you could say had a good weekend.
Yeah.
Went by pretty quickly, but had beautiful weather.
Yeah, I did too. It got a little warmer than was expected down here. I think we got up to about 87, 88 degrees.
Wow.
It's only supposed to get 81 or 82, but anyway, I set my model car diorama up at a car show sponsored by the Marine Corps League Saturday.
I
don't know if
saw
you saw
that.
it or
Yes, I did. I mean, that's a lot of work to break out. Where do you store all that stuff when you take it home?
I store it in a hall closet. The boards, each one of the boards is about 2 feet by 4 feet wide, and I had to cut it down. I cut it down to about 27 feet for this show. I needed a little bit more room. It was kind of packed.
Well, yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, as for the Marine Corps League, all the proceeds for the car show went to help out service members, and not necessarily for just the Marine Corps, but any of the veterans, help them out and their families with whatever they need help with. So I entered a drawing for a 75-inch TV that they were giving out, and it was 1 ticket for 10 or 3 for 20. So I got 3 tickets, and I wanted to get more, but I didn't. And the next ticket after the ones I bought won the TV. I'm so mad. Of course. And then the wife got mad at me because we just bought a 65-inch TV about a week ago. And she says, we wouldn't have had anywhere for it. And I said, well, I could have sold it for $200 or $300, and plus I had a truck to move it with.
Right.
I had to run a truck to haul all my diorama stuff. I used to be able to fit it in my PT Cruiser that I had, but I can't get it in that little Chevy Sonic that I've got now. So I had to rent a truck. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be setting it up again. It's a lot of work. It's to do by myself. I can't haul it. I have to rent a truck. It's a lot of times it would be a 2-day truck rental, and they're not cheap either anymore. So, and then Saturday night, I was eating some barbecue, and I had that surgery on my thumb. Well, I was licking some of the barbecue sauce off of that thumb, and that thumbnail just about fell off in my mouth.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been too good with the barbecue. But so now me and Heatwave, we got something in common. We're missing a thumbnail. But other than that, I guess that's about how my weekend went.
Well, not too bad. I guess we're going to be watching the tropics for you. There's still, they keep talking about something maybe coming together this week.
Well, they're showing rain Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I think it is. But I heard one of them say that the water temperature has dropped so much that they really don't think it's going to be very serious. maybe a tropical storm.
Okay.
They don't really expect it to be developing into anything, I don't think. At least he didn't think so. Maybe if Philip calls in later, he watches that stuff more than I do.
Right, right.
And then, of course, I watched my Wolverines in their game against Oregon and lost. I guess they had a butter knife in a gunfight. That's what it looked like to me. I didn't expect them to be very good this year anyway because of all the controversies, and then the new coach, new staff, just about all of the starters left. So I wasn't expecting a real good year anyway.
Yeah, Big Ed had Big Ed had another 50-50 weekend. He went 3 wins, 3 losses.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if Michigan will make a bowl game, to be honest. I think you got to win 6 games to be bowl eligible. But I see you're up against the clock, and I don't have much anymore anyways. So thank you for taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
Well, thank you for kicking off the greatest day of the week here. Of course, Election Day Eve. There you go. Cap and Ron. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the U.S. election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Our U.S. correspondent Simon Marks has more.
Vice President Harris absolutely focusing on the battleground state of Michigan. Democrats are worried about Arab American voters there who say they're going to sit this election out because they're unhappy with the way in which the White House has handled the crisis in Gaza. Donald Trump is hitting 3 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia. He wants to see whether in making final appearances in those states he can create the difference, persuade undecided voters to come into his corner. But there's no question that there is pressure now on the Trump campaign. The Harris campaign believes that they are seeing early data from the early vote, and more than 70 million Americans have already cast their ballots, that indicates momentum shifting in Kamala Harris's direction. But of course, they would say that, wouldn't they?
Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza. This comes as the head of UNICEF issued a dire warning about the life-threatening situation in the northern part of the enclave. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
Well, the Israeli military has announced the deaths of 3 soldiers over the last day, bringing that number up to 370 since the war in Gaza began. Now, Israel's renewed offensive is continuing in this northern part of the Gaza Strip, with the army saying that Hamas has now regrouped there, and that is why there is this new offensive happening. UNICEF is ringing the alarm bells ahead of that group coming out to say that the entire population of the northern area of Gaza is at risk of dying from disease, famine, and bombardment. And we do need to remember here that that deadline given by the United States for Israel to drastically increase aid into the Strip, that is fast approaching November 13. And if Israel doesn't get enough aid in, then it is at risk of having weapons held up.
At least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area.
We were all in bed, and when I heard the noise when the thing hit, I thought it was just a direct hit by lightning. It was a loud pop, but it was the roof coming off the house.
That was one resident, Joe Payne, who says luckily no one was injured at his home. More than 80,000 homes and businesses are without power in Oklahoma following the storms. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, good morning to Kevin, who says, "Good morning, America," from the shadow of the Cheddar Curtain in the northern portion of the People's Republic of Illinois. God bless all you drivers out there. Thank you. And vote, vote, vote. Yes. Hello, Russell. Good morning. Hope all's well at the Secret Bunker. Partly cloudy here, Dayton, Ohio. Well, it's that dirty word day, Monday, and back to the old grind. How did Big Ed do this weekend on college football? Yeah, 50-50. Truckers, be careful. Keep it between the ditches. Put the hammer down. And thank you once again for keeping this country rolling. Everybody watch your surroundings and be safe. Have a good night. I'll be listening in to a great show. There's Jerry from Kokomo, Indiana. A little light rain here, but it's still pretty nice. We're in the 50s. Not bad. Dennis joins us this early Monday. Says the next couple of days or weeks are going to be interesting. Good morning, folks. There's Norman, North Central Kansas, checking in. 60 degrees, got a chance of rain, but the Big Tipper is loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. Yeah, great to have you all with us to get the new week started here. James, did anyone enjoy the extra hour of sleep? I did notice it was, the darkness is coming very early now. Which technically, I kind of enjoy that. All right, that's my good sleeping time, sleeping in the dark. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 56 degrees. Had a nice day, but the wind was pretty consistent. A lot of leaves blowing around. Well, in 48 hours or less, we all hope the direction of our country will be set for the next 4 years. I hope and pray Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance at the helm. Get out and vote if you have not. You can make the difference. Have a delivery of what I brought back from California today, and I'll do a local on Tuesday. After which, I think I'm going to take some time off. Have a great night, and everybody Be careful. Yes, indeed. Well, speaking of college football, are you with me, Big Ed? Hi there.
Oh, I'm just barely. To be honest with you, I just want to go to bed. Well, I got to stay up and call my friend Steve. But I got my voting out of the way. I'm done. It's all over but the crime for me.
I saw that. Was that your brother you went with? Who was that?
Yeah, that's my brother. I mean, I love my brother, all right, but he is a damn liberal. Excuse my language. But, you know, the only thing we really disagree on is the direction we want the country to go and who we want to lead it. Other than that, we pretty well, you know, the local politics, we was pretty well spot on with who we thought deserved to be in office as far as corporation commission and county commissioner and the state judges and the state questions. We were pretty well right there neck and neck on how we felt about that. But he is just, don't ask me why. He just bound and determined Kamala Harris is the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, so
know.
you know, you guys go in together. Yeah, you vote for Trump. He votes for Kamala. He canceled you out. He canceled you out, Ed.
We just canceled each other out. And that, you know, we've done that every time we get, you know, every 4 years we'll go vote together. But, you know, we verbally slap around on each other, and we've done it on Facebook, but the end run, we're still brothers, and so after the election is over, I think if Trump wins, he's probably going to take it a little more harder than I'm going to take it if Trump don't win.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just detect this anger that he got towards Trump and the conservative Republicans. Now, I don't know why, but he does. You know, a lot of your liberals, in my opinion, when you listen to them, they've got this hidden anger. But at the same time, I don't know. You know, they want to keep throwing January the 6th up in our face.
Yeah.
I don't know, Steve. Do you think there's a hidden anger out there on the conservative right?
I'm more like you. I mean, I will be very disappointed if Trump doesn't win, but I'm not going to say it's maybe the end of the world, although I don't know what direction.
No.
I mean, I'm concerned that Kamala's going to take us down. Yeah, I mean, World War III is a real concern to me.
Well, our only hope is if Kamala wins is that we got more of a Republican Senate and Congress.
Yeah.
To block some of her stupidity. But if we don't, then we've got our Congress and our Senate is saturated with liberals, and hey, we're damn well be in trouble. I don't deny it, but I'm not going to run out here and set the damn town on fire.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they want to say January the 6th was. What was that word they keep using?
Insurrection.
Yeah. Well, so I go back to all them times that all these people were protesting and across the country, burning the towns down in Ferguson and Minneapolis and up there up there in Wisconsin. I can't think of the name of the town, but is that not insurrection? Or over at Charlottesville, is that not insurrection?
Right.
Make me understand the difference. You know, because the what you were protesting and burning towns down, yeah, it had a local flavor to it, but also it was implicated from the national level. So what's the damn difference? So don't preach at me about January the 6th. I wasn't up there January the 6th. You know, those people that were up there protesting. I wish they hadn't have done what they did, but hey, it's no different from what these liberals have done for the whole 4 damn years that Trump was in office, from my perspective.
Yes.
So, anyway, so Yeah, and if Trump wins, and hey, he owes me dinner, and I'm gonna hold him to it. Like I'm not gonna go eat supper and he's buying. But anyway, but like I say, he'll probably be pissing and moaning for about 2 weeks, and he'll get over it. He always does. So it's like I got over it the last time, and we still argue about Hillary Clinton. But that's all gone. So anyway, we got to find something new to argue about when this election is over. Boy, I'll tell you, man, we needed the rain, but good Lord, over just southeast of me, man, them tornadoes ripped through there last night, early this morning, and man, there's some devastation over there. The only thing we suffered around here is a lot of heavy rain where I live, so I'm grateful for that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you with me?
Yeah. So you didn't lose power?
No, actually I didn't. I actually had went to bed about 9 o'clock last night, and I woke up. I actually woke up at 1:45 this morning, and I sat up at 2 and then watching my phone, and then boom, it went back to 1 o'clock, and then at that time it started getting reports about the tornadoes going on down there, and I was kind of watching some of that, but I never lost no power or anything right here. So I knew they was getting hammered over around the Oklahoma City area. So, but there wasn't nothing I could do about it, so I went back to bed.
Right.
And I slept good. It's been a long day to me. I don't know what it is with the time change, but whenever we fall back, it seems like the day just got longer. Maybe because I got up at 8 o'clock this morning. I don't know.
I thought about calling you about that time because I was looking at I get up Sunday mornings and try to get an early start on the prep, and I saw all the devastation. I was like, I wonder if Big Ed was in that mix.
No, I was lucky. Thankful, good Lord. Like I said, we didn't lose no power, and we got some heavy duty storms rolling through here. It woke me up a few times with the thunder and the lightning and the heavy downpour. Well, Steve, I'll tell you, you sit there and you try to figure this football mess out. Everybody I picked should have won, which Ohio State did, which Tennessee did, which SMU did. 20th ranked SMU beat 18th ranked Pitt, and I think Pitt was undefeated when they went in there. But they just the record and everything was pointing that SMU was going to win. But the same thing should have been with Texas A&M. Didn't they go into South Carolina and just lay down there and lay an egg? Same thing with Clemson. Sat there and lay an egg with Louisville. Same thing with Arkansas. Same team that beat Tennessee, and you let Ole Miss go in there and slap you around like a bunch of septic.
I mean, yeah, they gave up 63
points.
Ole Miss 63 points. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. And this is a 2-loss Ole Miss team. So I don't know. I don't know what gets in these kids' minds, these players' minds. All I know, Tuesday, I believe the playoff polls come out.
Yes.
All right. And then this A&M that was in the driver's seat, they had the best Southeast Conference record, goes and lays an egg. I mean, you had your destiny in your hands. Now you're putting it in other people's hands. So shame on them. And if you don't make the playoffs, hey, I don't want to hear about it. You had your dang chance. If I was the coach, I'd tell them, hey, you boys had your chance. You laid out there and died. They should have waxed. Well, they shouldn't have waxed them, but they should have beat South Carolina. Now, you know how they're going to pick this playoffs, right? So, I got Ohio State, I got Tennessee, and I got SMU. And then I lost to Clemson, I lost Texas A&M, and lost Arkansas. I don't even know what my record is. I hadn't even counted what my final tally is. Have you?
I lost count. Yeah, I lost count here a few weeks ago.
I mean, I've got it on last week, so I'll
you got a winning.
I don't know about that.
You still got a winning record for sure, but I mean,
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Worst you've done on any weekend, I think, is 3-3.
Yeah, let's see. I was 33-11 going into this weekend. So now I'm 36-14. 3 wins, that takes me up 36 wins.
Yep.
3 losses takes me to 14 losses. So I'm sitting at 36-14. That's still damn good.
Yeah.
And I think we got, 3 weeks left or maybe 4 weeks left in the season. And then we get into the playoffs and the bowl games. You know, the playoffs, you're going to get 5 conferences that receive bids to the college football playoff. That's your ACC, Big 10, Big 12, SEC. And then you're going to get the highest ranked conference champion from the group of 5. And what's the group of 5? That's your American Athletic Conference. That's your Conference USA. That's the Mid-America Conference, Mountain West Conference, and Sun Belt Conference. The only conference you don't see in there is the Pac-12. Because, there's no Pac-12 because you ain't got 2 teams. So they're not going to get an automatic bid. Unless I think they've got projected to have 6 new conference members, but I think they got to get 2 more before they can go into what they call the automatic bid. All right. Now, your 5 big conferences, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, out of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they're going to take the group of 5. Out of them 4, and plus that 1 from the group of 5, they're going to take the highest ranked, 4 highest ranks. It's going to get an automatic bid. All right, are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to take the 1 automatic bid conference champion, and mix them in with the other 7 at-large teams, and they're going to play in the bowl games. All right, and the bowl games are going to be their stepping stone to where they play the top 4 conference champions. Now, who's that going to be? We don't know yet. It could be Texas. It could be Miami. It could be Oregon or Ohio State. Now, you might see Indiana lose 1 game because I believe they've got to play Ohio State before the year's over. And then you'll see Ohio State and Oregon having a repeat for a Big 10 championship, all right? Now, let's say Ohio State beats Oregon. Well, that's going to leave them with 1 loss and Oregon with 1 loss. Then you might have Indianapolis with 1 loss. And then you got 2 loss teams like Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Clemson. Well, you got 3 1-loss teams in the Big 10, so guess who they're going to override? So Clemson, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, you kind of already cut your own throat. And I think Ole Miss still got to play either Georgia or Alabama. I hadn't looked at the remaining schedule yet. But even with 2 losses, you can't very well leave an Indiana that ends up with 1 loss, or even a Oregon with 1 loss out of the playoffs. You can't do it. So, and plus you got an Army sitting out there that's still undefeated. No, they haven't played a good strength of schedule like everybody else, but hey, they're undefeated.
Right.
So, it's going to get real interesting here in the next 2 or 3 weeks. But I'm still sticking with my pick as far as who I think is going to win it all. And they did a good job this weekend, and that's Ohio State. So I hope they don't disappoint me, but I'm not going to back down from that pick. Because Ohio State is really, when you look at them on paper, is the best team in the nation. So we're going to find out.
Yes, sir.
But, hey, and if Ohio State don't win it all, okay, but that don't mean that I'm not the prognosticator.
I hear you.
Steve, I love the show, love you, love all the drivers. Y'all be safe out there, and I will holler at you if I don't holler at you before. I'll holler at you Thursday night. But good luck on getting Trump back in office. I know one thing: I got to go teach Tuesday, and I'm really looking forward to getting to talk to the students about the importance of the election.
Right. Okay.
So I already got my lesson planned out. So. All right, Steve, we will talk at you later.
All right, thank you. Enjoy that Tuesday there. I know you're looking forward to that. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Election shenanigans. Yeah, how can you screw things up at this late juncture? Now, I say Georgia's third largest county is running late in mailing more than 3,000 absentee ballots to voters. Hadn't got the ballots out just days before the election. To get the ballots to the people on time, election officials in Cobb County, north of Atlanta, said they were using the U.S. Postal Service's express mail and UPS overnight delivery, sending the ballots out with prepaid express return envelopes. In a statement from the Board of Elections chairwoman Thursday, she said, "We want to maintain voter trust by being transparent about the situation. We're taking every possible step to get these ballots to the voters who requested them." Now, she blames the delay on faulty equipment and a late surge in absentee ballot requests during the week before the October 25th deadline. A judge ruled Friday that Cobb County voters, if you receive your absentee ballots late, you can return them by November the 8th. 3 days after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Tuesday, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. That ruling after the American Civil Liberties Union and the Southern Poverty Law Center filed a lawsuit seeking to extend the deadline. Well, we know Georgia voters have shattered early turnout records since early voting started October 15. As of Friday afternoon, more than 3.8 million ballots, reflecting more than half of the state's active voters, had already been cast, according to the Georgia Secretary of State. That number includes more than 238,000 absentees. In Cobb County, election officials said voters who's awaiting absentee ballots were late could still vote in person on the final day of early voting. That was Friday, or you could vote on Tuesday. The county's election headquarters planned to stay open to accept hand-delivered absentees over the weekend and on Monday. The Board of Elections said more than 1,000 of the absentee ballots being mailed late were actually being sent to people outside of Georgia. Okay, a county spokesperson declined to comment Friday on what number, if any, of the late ballots still had to be mailed. I don't understand. Now, over the weekend, I mentioned there were a handful of counties in Georgia, again, they were not supposed to be open accepting those ballots on Saturday or Sunday. Now, at one point, when the Republican National Committee found out they were open and they wanted to put some poll watchers in there to observe the process, and they wouldn't let them in. Finally, they filed a lawsuit on Saturday after those 4 Georgia counties extended the election office hours and decided to accept absentee ballots over the weekend, which is in violation of state law, they say. Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett counties initially refusing to allow Republican poll watchers to observe the process. This is a blatant violation of Georgia law, which states the law, all drop boxes shall be closed when the advance voting period ends. To make matters worse, the 4 election office locations are actually, ironically, situated in areas of the county that would clearly favor Democrat candidates. The RNC chairwoman said Democrat officials are playing fast and loose with election law. They decided at the last minute to accept ballots over the weekend, which disregards state law. Yeah, they also failed to let our poll observers in to watch the process. All right, it is 844-844-3388. You know, first the election, then the litigation. I mean, hell, you've already got litigation, right? Grump will chime in about voter registration following our news break as we close out hour number 1.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the U.S. election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Our U.S. correspondent Simon Marks has more.
Vice President Harris absolutely focusing on the battleground state of Michigan. Democrats are worried about Arab American voters there who say they're going to sit this election out because they're unhappy with the way in which the White House has handled the crisis in Gaza. Donald Trump is hitting 3 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia. He wants to see whether in making final appearances in those states he can create the difference, persuade undecided voters to come into his corner. But there's no question that there is pressure now on the Trump campaign. The Harris campaign believes that they are seeing early data from the early vote, and more than 70 million Americans have already cast their ballots, that indicates momentum shifting in Kamala Harris's direction. But of course, they would say that, wouldn't they?
Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza. This comes as the head of UNICEF issued a dire warning about the life-threatening situation in the northern part of the enclave. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
Well, the Israeli military has announced the deaths of 3 soldiers over the last day, bringing that number up to 370 since the war in Gaza began. Now, Israel's renewed offensive is continuing in this northern part of the Gaza Strip, with the army saying that Hamas has now regrouped there, and that is why there is this new offensive happening. UNICEF is ringing the alarm bells ahead of that group coming out to say that the entire population of the northern area of Gaza is at risk of dying from disease, famine, and bombardment. And we do need to remember here that that deadline given by the United States for Israel to drastically increase aid into the Strip, that is fast approaching November 13. And if Israel doesn't get enough aid in, then it is at risk of having weapons held up.
At least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area.
We were all in bed, and when I heard the noise when the thing hit, I thought it was just a direct hit by lightning. It was a loud pop, but it was the roof coming off the house.
That was one resident, Joe Payne, who says luckily no one was injured at his home. More than 80,000 homes and businesses are without power in Oklahoma following the storms. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more depth at the crisis in Valencia after the King of Spain had mud thrown at him over the weekend by local residents furious at the failure of authorities to provide them with sufficient warning of torrential rains that created flash floods, killing more than 200 people. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, was evacuated from one town on Sunday after being confronted by furious locals. Juan Bodera sits in the local parliament in Valencia and says the national government has engaged in criminal negligence.
The situation is crazy because the mismanagement of the government, of the regional government, and of course there are shared responsibilities with the national government, and there are cities in the zone that have not yet been able to clean up their entire territory. There are still flooded garages and maybe victims there. Buildings whose stability may be compromised by the water, health problems that may be aggravated by the water conditions. So the situation is quite dramatic, and the response of the regional government is beyond words and comprehensible.
The Spanish Civil Guard says extra resources are now being used in the search for people missing in the floods. The government has not yet provided any estimate of how many people are missing, and when numbers are given, they could only cause further fury. On Sunday, some in the crowd called the king a murderer. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza, and at least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, as we get the new week started here, plenty to cover, obviously. NFL action over the weekend. We're down to, the final race next week? which will determine a NASCAR champion. There are 4 drivers in the mix, vying to hoist the big trophy. We'll break that all down for you coming up. First, promise we get to the Grump as we kick this hour up. Morning, Grump. What's happening?
Hey there. Well, it sounds like Georgia's off to a fantastic start, don't they?
Right.
You know, one of the worst things that ever happened to, I think, I could be wrong, but I think one of the things worst things that ever happened to the voter rules in this country and the laws. People talk about, well, under the Constitution, we have the right to vote. Well, yeah. But it's also, in 1993, you had that liberal lunatic up in Washington write the National Voter Registration Act. And that was the birthplace of motor voter laws right there. That was the birthplace of walking in with a utilities bill instead of a voter ID and saying, hey, I want to fill out the application. Do you have a form of identification? Yes, I do, right here. Here's a electric bill. Electric companies, utility companies have never had the ability to check immigration status or even require an ID. They don't do it. As long as you've got an active bank account, they use that as your ID card. And it's, hell, I had, we got back from Germany and was living in Tennessee, and I went to get my electric turned on the house that I'd just bought. And they said, you owe $600 something bucks in back electric. And I said, I've never even lived here. What the hell are you talking about? And it was someone else had used my name to turn on electric. And so at that point in time, it was explained to me that, they had an active bank account. They didn't need an ID. Well, when you read this National Voter Registration Act, this thing, I had it read to me by, my phone, but it took over an hour just to read the damn thing. There is so many nooks and crannies in this thing. It's unbelievable, Steve. And it was signed, into law by Bill Clinton. And it was another one of these down the party line vote right there, in the House and the Senate. And the other part of this was actually the what they call Help America Vote Act, which was signed into law by George Bush. And this authorized the use and monies to be lended out or given out for states to upgrade their systems into what we have today, into a lot of the electronic systems, which is still, but it did nothing to stop the motor voter or anything else in the federal elections. And I said, well, they can't differentiate between federal and state elections, because if a president, vice president's on a state ballot, for voting, and if they relied on the federal government to print them ballots to make sure that they're uniform throughout the entire country, then they would have to print one ballot, and they would have to have, that thing would be 97 pages long, because it would have to have every state's voter laws on that ballot. You'd have to just go down to your state and say, okay, I can do this. I can submit my ballot whenever and this and that. And this is the damn problem with this. But the Republicans ain't done a damn thing to stop this. Just weeks before an election is not the time to be challenging voter laws. They should be establishing this facts after the primaries, or before the primaries for that matter. I mean, the federal government will not dilly-dally in state voting rules or regulations. They can submit them up, through state Supreme Court, and it can go all the way up to the United States Supreme Court if they want to challenge something. But the courts have always granted states a lot of deference in their ability to clean up their own elections. And we've seen time and time again that don't work. It don't work. They talk about the fraud in voting. Republicans will tell you that there's a lot of fraud in voting. Well, Democrats will stand there and say, no, there's not. And why do they say no, there's not? Because they submitted up in front of liberal judges that looks at how the ballot was sent in. Did they follow the rules that was established under the 1993 law? That's all they look at. They don't look at the name on that ballot and and whether or not the immigration status. Hell, they got a box there they check. Are you a legal immigrant? Yes. Are you a citizen of the United States? Yes. At any point in time, I think the Republican Party could challenge every state's voter registration laws to ensure that only people with IDs, they could get rid of that damn, here's your utility bill. If you're that stupid that you can't go get an ID, then you don't need to vote anyway. And I'm sick of hearing this crap that, these motor voter laws and things like that, well, they don't hurt the country. Yes, they do. As soon as some of these illegals and states have made it clear that they get to vote in local elections, they get to have a say in your school boards and things like that. Why? Why do they get to have a say? Because they're there illegally. They shouldn't get to have a say in anything except what bus they're going to get their ass put on when they go back home. I mean, that's the only thing. But I look for a lot of problems. They've been lawsuits right and left. I was reading up on some of the lawsuits right now that a lot of the challenges, and a lot of it is under these motor voter laws, and a lot of it is under through the National Voter Registration Act. They're looking at IDs on people, and saying, why don't you want to present an ID? Well, they do. They show you electric bill. That don't prove who in the hell you are. All that does is say at that address somebody's getting electric paid. That's all they have to. That's all they're requiring. This is why we lose elections. Why the Republicans lose a lot of elections, because they sat on their damn thumbs and they wait until after the fact before they start suing, instead of having states and taking it up in front of the Supreme Court if they have to. If it keeps getting kicked down by the lower courts, take it all the way up to where they challenge those laws and make sure that only legalized citizens, only legal citizens of the United States can vote in our elections. And it just, they're ripe for it right now. I mean, hell, they've let so many people in this country over the last 4 years, Steve, they won't know who in the hell is legal and who's not, and who will be able to vote and who won't. And at one point during this National Voter Registration Act, they wanted the Census Bureau to send out ballots, to send out voter registration to addresses, not to individuals, but to addresses. They said that would be the fair way to do it. How in the hell would that be the fair way to do it? Just send it out to a house and let somebody walk by and grab the damn thing and fill it out and send it back in and get a voter registration card without any kind of form of ID or anything to prove who they are. This is one of our sacred times in this country, is to be able to choose your elected officials. And when you have so much manipulation and it's done through the court systems and judges that allow this to happen, and all they do is look at some of these laws and say, well, the ballots were submitted legally. I don't give a damn if they were submitted legally. Were they submitted by a legal person? And that seems to be the fallback that we're having right now on so many of these things. And it's not getting any better. But 16 years ago when Barack Obama was elected, that night I was the second caller to call in. Big Ed was number one. I was the second caller, to call in, and Big Ed said right then, well, it ain't the end of the world, Obama got elected, life's going to go on, and it did. We had a few laws that were stupid and things like that, and I don't look for any difference if this idiot's elected. But I really think that right now by just kind of looking at the tea leaves and things, that Donald Trump is really underrated right now on the polls. I think he's always been shown as the underdog, and look at Hillary Clinton. She had him by 10 points, 10.9 points in almost 11 points, and he come back and won. And that was up to the day of the election. But this is something right now when you look at the news media, and they're showing 85% negative stuff on Trump and 84.4% positive on Kamala Harris. There's a big difference there in how the news media reacts to each candidate, and it's I tell you, man, they should lose their right to be a journalist. They're this free and fair press, as they say, it's neither anymore. It's just a bunch of damn pundits that's paid by parties to get up there and campaign for their candidates and hope to hell that it pushes them over instead of being fair about everything. And I think our election season, number one, is way too damn long. I mean, I was sick of this stuff in July,
right?
And it's and here it's we got another day before the election, but it just like hell, it never stops, And another thing that just chaps my butt about is the fact that Kamala Harris has been flying all around this country on the taxpayers' dime on Air Force Two campaigning. Why? Why isn't the DNC paying those costs? It wouldn't be any different if it was Donald Trump flying around. I'd say the same thing. The RNC needs to be paying that. We don't need our damn tax dollars going to support one candidate, at flying around on government expense or anything like that. They can't stand in front of a polling place and campaign. So why in the hell are they flying around on government, taxpayer paid aircraft and stuff like that and doing their campaigning? I think if she's going to be the nominee or whatever, she needs to take a leave of absence from the government and do her thing. Same way with the president. I'm just so sick and tired of the expense that we're put under on them having to fly Air Force One somewhere or Air Force Two somewhere, unload a motorcade because there's always 3 airplanes it takes off whenever they do that. Unload a whole damn motorcade, you provide all the security, do all this other crap for these events, and load them back up and away they go. It's and then to say that it's privileged information that they will not release how much money is spent on those on that cost is just asinine as far as I'm concerned. I think it's a waste of taxpayers' money. That candidates, I don't care who they are, they need to pay their committees or their RNC or DNC needs to pay for their own damn candidates and stuff and get that off the books. When they're sitting around here telling us that the damn Social Security is going to be broke in 5 years because they can't afford, not enough money's going into it, but yet they have no limits on what they send to Ukraine. They have no limits on how many illegals is coming in, how many $1,000 checks they're giving to them or putting them up in housing or food or any damn thing else. They always find money for that, but not Social Security when it comes to our elderly, our citizens that are here. And one of the things that also just burnt me up was listening to Kamala Harris talking about Social Security. And that if our guests here in this country, as she called them, our migrants come up here, if they were legalized, of course they would be authorized to have Social Security. Why? They didn't pay a freaking nickel into it. They just crossed the border, and wrung their clothes out and said, I'm here, take care of me. And by the way, make me legal, I want your Social Security. It's just getting asinine, the fact that we got all these idiots that are running this country. And what happens to us? The citizens that does the voting and stuff, they're always asking us to step up and do more. Pay a little more in your taxes, do this, do that, to help out John Doe or somebody in Ukraine. I don't give a rat's ass about Ukraine or Gaza Strip or anything. I care about the beans and cornbread right here in this country that we gotta try to feed ourselves and things like that and make a living. And it really just tears you up to think of all the money that we spent on everybody else but us. And it starts with the elections. I think we need to hold our government officials a hell of a lot more accountable. We definitely need term limits to get in there. I was looking at back over 1993. Hell, there's still people that was in office then that's in government today. And you're thinking, damn, there's over 30 years right there, 31 years, that they've been in office and stuff like that and writing pissy bills then. They're doing it now. I don't know, buddy. This is an eye-opener. I hope America wakes up and realizes that we got to get a handle on who's running this country, number one, and the amount of money that we're giving out to every Tom, Dick, and freaking Harry overseas and here, yonder, and everywhere, because you got the wolves are howling at the door right now. China building all them islands, Russia, Iran, North Korea, launching missiles and stuff again. This world is ripe right now for another big world war, and where are we going to stand at? Hell, we can't keep giving away our munitions and giving away our money and every damn thing else when one of these days we're going to have to defend ourselves. But, hey, anyway, I've already voted, like I said, but it's I've just been doing a little reading on some of these voter registration acts and stuff like that, and they really make you want to puke. But that's the Democrats' way. It's let anybody vote. If they're here, they got to be legal. If they're here, they should have a say in what goes on in this country. They ain't got a damn say as far as I'm concerned. If you cross that border illegally, take your ass back or shut up. I hope if Trump is elected, the first day he re-implements the
Stay in Mexico
Public Charge Act and starts kicking them back. But that's all I got for today, man.
All right, Grump. But 24 hours from now, it's we'll be counting down the big day. Tuesday, Election Day. We'll return after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. And I did mention the field is set. The 2024 Championship 4 came into focus Sunday evening following the round of 8 finale at Martinsville Speedway, where 2023 Cup Series champion Ryan Blaney pushed ahead of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson late to win at the short track and clinch his chance to go back-to-back at Phoenix Raceway. So the stage is set for the 4 Cup drivers to battle it out in the desert for the opportunity to hoist the Bill France Cup. And those 4 are Ryan Blaney, Team Penske Ford; Joey Logano, Team Penske Ford; Tyler Reddick, the number 45 Toyota; and William Byron, the number 24 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet. Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick came into Sunday's final round of 8 contest with Championship 4 berths already clinched. The number 22 Team Penske Ford prevailing at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and the number 45 Toyota triumphed at Homestead, Miami. With Blaney's Martinsville victory, one playoff driver, William Byron, actually clinched on points. All right, with the Cup Series title field now set, the full picture, who's racing for a championship crown in the season finale. Hard to believe another season almost in the books. All right, let's see what's going on with Daryl this morning. Good to have you with us, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing just fine. Thank you very much. How about you?
Doing well. I have 9 polling stations. I've got to get out signs for after 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As you said, this is election eve.
Yes. So what, you have to go
I
on?
think we've got around...
You put up the signs that say
Go ahead.
vote here, like the kind of signs with the arrow where people are where the location is?
No, these are the signs for Trump and for the senators and things like that. They have to be 100 feet away from the entrance.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And we have 9 polling spaces here in Fairfield, and look like around 50 to 60,000 voters. And about half of them have already voted, as you said, at the Board of Elections. But can you imagine what's been going on in Georgia all these years before the national spotlight was on?
Right. Makes you kind of wonder.
And it's been going on. It's been going on in all the little southern towns and southern communities. I still think about Lyndon Johnson. He won by 49 votes, and down in Texas for some county office, and his opponent complained, and the courthouse burnt down. And they couldn't count the votes, and they called him Landslide Lyndon. Did you recover from your cruise?
Yes, indeed. It's took a few days, but yeah, finally back up to par.
It would take you a few days to get your sea legs back on ground, and I guess you had some mail you had to open after being gone that long.
Right. I can tell you,
lots of paperwork
in those
piles up.
first days after getting off the ship, it's uncanny. You'll be laying in bed and you feel like the bed's moving, like you were on the ship.
When I drove them old diesel trucks, them old 75 Whites and Macs and Detroits, I would come in after 70 hours on the road and lay down on my sleep, and I'd hear that engine running just as clear as a crystal. And I'd have to turn on a fan or radio to go to sleep.
It was embedded in your brain, right? Hey, we got to pause there, so we'll be right back. Election Eve, indeed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. White House hopefuls Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through a number of swing states in the last days of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could ultimately decide the result of this race. Our US correspondent Simon Marks has more.
Vice President Harris absolutely focusing on the battleground state of Michigan. Democrats are worried about Arab American voters there who say they're going to sit this election out because they're unhappy with the way in which the White House has handled the crisis in Gaza. Donald Trump is hitting 3 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia. He wants to see whether in making final appearances in those states he can create the difference, persuade undecided voters to come into his corner. But there's no question that there is pressure now on the Trump campaign. The Harris campaign believes that they are seeing early data from the early vote, and more than 70 million Americans have already cast their ballots, that indicates momentum shifting in Kamala Harris's direction. But of course, they would say that, wouldn't they?
Reports say at least 31 people have been killed following an Israeli strike in Gaza. This comes as the head of UNICEF issued a dire warning about the life-threatening situation in the northern part of the enclave. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
Well, the Israeli military has announced the deaths of 3 soldiers over the last day, bringing that number up to 370 since the war in Gaza began. Now, Israel's renewed offensive is continuing in this northern part of the Gaza Strip, with the army saying that Hamas has now regrouped there, and that is why there is this new offensive happening. UNICEF is ringing the alarm bells ahead of that group coming out to say that the entire population of the northern area of Gaza is at risk of dying from disease, famine, and bombardment. And we do need to remember here that that deadline given by the United States for Israel to drastically increase aid into the Strip, that is fast approaching November 13. And if Israel doesn't get enough aid in, then it is at risk of having weapons held up.
At least 6 people are hospitalized after 3 tornadoes hit the Oklahoma City area.
We were all in bed, and when I heard the noise when the thing hit, I thought it was just a direct hit by lightning. It was a loud pop, but it was the roof coming off the house.
That was one resident, Joe Payne, who says luckily no one was injured at his home. More than 80,000 homes and businesses are without power in Oklahoma following the storms. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Under the industry headlines, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is proposing to delay the compliance date of their broker financial responsibility rule until 2026. In their notice of proposed rulemaking that's scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, November 4, the FMCSA said it plans to move the compliance date from January 16 of 25 to January 16 of 26, when its new registration system may be ready. This is being proposed because the FMCSA has determined that only its forthcoming online registration system will be used to accept filings and track notifications. And this functionality will not be added to its legacy systems. As the new system is not expected to be available before January 16 of 25, we are proposing to extend the compliance date to provide regulated entities time to begin using and familiarizing themselves with the new system before compliance is required. Now, of course, the FMCSA issued the final rule regarding broker and freight forwarder financial responsibility in November of last year. Now, this rule takes several steps to improve broker security regulations, including the suspension of operating authority if the available financial security falls below $75,000. Specifically, it aims to limit the asset types that can be maintained in broker or freight forwarder trusts to cash, treasury bonds, and irrevocable letters of credit issued by a federally insured depository institution, and establish procedures and requirements for the immediate suspension of broker and freight forwarder authority if the available financial security falls again below $75,000. It also would clarify when a broker or forwarder is in financial failure or insolvency and establish related requirements. It would amend the FMCSA regulations to add civil penalties for surety and trust fund violations of the regulations and establish a process for the suspension of sureties and trust in the event of non-compliance with the regulations. Of course, the brokers, surety providers, financial institutions were ordered to comply with the suspension rules starting January 16 of next year. While the other aspects of the rule would take effect in 26, now the agency wants to delay the suspension rules for another year. So once it is published in the Federal Register later today, it looks like they're going to open a 15-day comment period via the regulations.gov website. We do have a docket number. When you go to regulations.gov, the docket number FMCSA-2024-0280. Enter that and you can make your comments. Again, that's a rather short comment period, 15 days, but you're up to speed. Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Say Summers. If you think you can trust the federal government, ask them Indians. They've been screwing them people over for a long time. You might as well just bend over and spread your cheeks there, right? That's about what we're going to get out of all of it there. You think the American public's going to wake up and smell like coffee? You can wish in one hand and poop in the other and see which one comes first, right? I guarantee you, they ain't going to ever wake up. So, man, I want to tell Big Ed this, you can never predict the outcome of an SEC football game. It just ain't going to happen. That's why Nick retired. He said that it's not, college football is not going to be the same as it used to be. So, and I want to congratulate Ole Miss for spanking Arkansas's butt big time there. So, well, I don't know. Lane Kiffin may just decide to run off someday. I don't know. You never know with that boy. I got a question for Pappy. I just wanted to know if Pappy could tell a woman she has the right to remain silent with a straight face, Steve.
Okay, I'll ask him that.
You reckon? I mean, you ever know a woman that would remain silent if you told her to shut up?
Right.
I know that's right, man. We got a good show going on. Man, you and all this bad weather, they sent me up here to Kansas City for a delivery in the morning. That driver was supposed to take it. I'm going to have a word to pick him when I see him again. There, call him big old chicken about not being able to run in the wind and the rain there. So just bring it on, brother. That's all I can tell you. I will talk later on in that loneliest hour. That way you and I both, neither one of us, go to sleep there, Steve.
All right. That sounds
by the way.
Yes.
Did you enjoy your extra hour of sleep?
I did not really notice. How about you?
Oh, I didn't either. Boy, I was like, Ziggy woke me up early this morning. All right, Steve, I'm good, buddy. We'll call in a little later on.
All right, good to have you with us as we get the new week started here. The greatest day of the week, right? All right, let me see. I see Horse Feathers is on board, and I'm taking a look up into his area of the country, where last week they had record-breaking heat. That was all whisked away by a cold front Friday. Yeah, it didn't bring much rain, though. All that rain just kind of dissipated as it ran into dry air as it approached the region. So the new week will bring more temperature swings, but again, very little in the way of rain. It's been over a month without measurable precipitation in Philadelphia. No rain on the horizon, they say. According to AccuWeather, that streak's going to continue. Philly, you last measured rain on September 28th when just over 1/10 of an inch fell. October was the first month the city had no measurable rain since record-keeping started in the 1870s. The previous driest months on record were October of 1924 and October of 1963, when a measly 9/100ths of an inch fell. While New York City did have measurable rain, it was only 1/100th of an inch recorded. This also made it the Big Apple's driest month on record, narrowly surpassing the record of June 1949, when 2/100ths of an inch fell. Further exacerbating the drought has been temperatures well above average. Another significant warm-up is on the way this week, they tell us. Highs will again be 15 to 25 degrees above historical average. Some places will likely break records. Winds will be lighter than last week. Humidity will be a bit higher. There will still be the fire risk given the lack of rain and more record-challenging warmth. Many of the leaves are on the ground now. The dry leaves can be fuel for any fires that do start. Now, following the warm-up, another cold front is going to approach on Wednesday. This will bring some rain to parts of the Ohio Valley and as far east maybe as western New York and western Pennsylvania. But it's going to follow the pattern of its predecessors. As it approaches the I-95 corridor, the rain just kind of falls apart. So drought conditions are going to continue to expand, particularly in the I-95 corridor, where virtually no precipitation has fallen since September. Temperatures in the wake of that front will still be slightly above historical average, but not record-challenging warmth. That'll come to an end. Looks like temperatures could rise again late week before another cold front moves through. Although, once again, it will not bring much in terms of any meaningful rainfall. What do you have to do to get some rain there in the Northeast? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, you ain't kidding. It's about as dry as a popcorn fart around here. So I think the last measurable rain they had at the Baltimore airport was October 2nd, they said. So we're full month with no rain. And you talk about the fire and stuff. And the one thing that we don't normally have a lot of problem with that they do out in the Midwest, and it looked like they had one in Indiana, if this reel is halfway current, is field fires from harvest. You know, the big combines out there working, and something will get hot, a bearing will burn up, a belt will slip or something, and next thing you know, all that dust in the environment there from the harvest will burst into flames, and the next thing you'll know, you have, 150 acres of field on fire, and they're out there trying to drag plows and bulldozers and stuff to make fire lines to get it to slow down and stop before they lose too much. And so we're getting into that danger here with the harvest we got going on. And, of course, we won't have to do much grain drying with how dry it's been there. Grain's already pretty dry and not getting rained on, so there isn't a whole lot of problems getting the beans and corn in with a lower moisture content. Mm-hmm. So there's your farm report for your Monday morning, Your Honor. Anyway, so to answer Daryl there, I don't know. I never had any problem with either ship there, both at 19 and this one there. You getting off, and really never was bothered much by the motion from what we had with the ships. But I mean, those big ships are so stable. I mean, and we weren't ever in anywhere near any rough sea. I mean, we had 3, 4, 5 foot waves out there a couple times. But you didn't even feel it on the ship really. There was a couple nights there down in the stage area there. We sat in the stage, watching the performances net. And there was a couple nights that we had the rougher weather that you could kind of feel the bow of the ship getting banged a little bit by either some waves or maybe they were a little bit of crossways or something and that. But as far as the rest of it goes for walking around and all that and getting off in the ports and when we got off to get back there to the buses to head back to the hotel to get to the airport and everything, really didn't have a lot of problem. And so I'm ready for the next one. When are we doing the next one, Your Honor?
You ready already? Oh boy.
Yeah. Geez. Hey, I tell you, I've come back. What do we work here? A week and a half? Not quite 2 weeks. Yep. I'm ready for another vacation. So, what's the next itinerary? Where are we going? And how long can we go for? But anyways, it's I don't know. It's been a good time since then. I know last week we talked about your Pepsi ordeal out there, and it actually spreads out here to Harrisburg, you said, and Chicago, and what was the other one? Atlanta, I think you said, was the fourth one. Did we ever talk about the Wendy's and the Applebee's going on? Is their situation too?
I saw over the weekend what Wendy's going to shut down. I think it was like 140 locations. Apparently, they're at the same time they're shutting some down. They're building new restaurants in other areas, so the actual number of restaurants will still be going up. But I guess a lot of these places, they're underperforming, not meeting sales expectations. Those are the ones that are going to be shutting down.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of them that are at the end of their lifespan too. I mean, these restaurants, they instead of upgrading them, sometimes it's just easier just to let them go and build new ones all the way around. I mean, I've watched a couple of the Golden Arches around here. They've either got the property next door or just down the street, and they'll either, if that's the case, they'll keep the one open while they're doing the construction of the other one. And we got a couple here. They just went and closed the store, and they did demo, and 2 days later the store was gone. And within the next week they had the new store going up, and it doesn't take them long. There it was about maybe a month and a half, and they got it up and running already. So I think some of it is just even the age of the properties, just it gets to the point that for doing a remodel that they're better off just going to a whole brand new location than trying to renovate what they already have. And of course we see that with a lot of buildings out there, malls and stuff. These stores, they don't want any part of going into an old building, old mall or something, and they'd rather have something brand new to work with. So,
right.
So that's kind of what I think is kind of part of the situation. But then again, as you say, some of these are in underperforming neighborhoods where people, I don't know, maybe they can't afford the $16 double or triple cheeseburger there that Wendy's is offering, or an $8 Frosty when I don't know. I think they said the Maryland minimum wage is $15 an hour, and then I don't know if the fast food workers get 20 here. They were talking about it, so I would almost assume that the fast food workers are getting 20, and I know there were some places they wanted the fast food workers to get $25 an hour. So, but I don't know. Maybe they can't afford to eat at the places they work, and maybe they should go down there to Chris and Ruth's house there and get something.
Oh yeah, that's affordable.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, we were talking a little bit about the election stuff and that, and I know Maryland had their early voting open for 8 days, and it was over the weekend. So I'm not sure if it's closed today or if it's still open today, the day before Election Day. But the wife was saying that they have like 13 or 15 days to count all the mail-in ballots. So don't expect any, not that there's going to be probably a lot to, other than possibly the Senate race, but don't expect anything for 2 weeks after the election, Your Honor, to find out anything permanent from Maryland. I don't know what the deal is.
You guys
is
too.
There a reason
Maryland? Okay.
Yeah. Is there a reason why these states can't count the ballots, the early voting ballots? Is there a reason they can't count them on the day they're cast and tally the numbers and just make a big grand total on Election Day? And the same way with counting the mail-in ballots. Why can't they count mail-in ballots when they come in, Your Honor? Pick a certain time of the day to count them and say, this is what the grand total is for today, and then add those totals all together on Election Day and have it done on Election Day. I don't understand what the problem is. But other than to really put this country into a lot of turmoil by making people wait 2 weeks after the election to find out who possibly won or to change the outcome from what happened on Election Day.
Right.
So anyways, I guess that's the way that goes, and unless we can somehow or another get away from these stupid mail-in ballots that the government's figured out how to shove down our throats with COVID. So, but anyway, I don't know. So there's all of that, I guess, and I don't know, not a whole lot else going on there. So everybody here, as I said last week, there we've all been doing good. We were only down there the day or two after the cruise there, and really didn't have much more than head cold. No congestion in the chest or coughing up anything and all that nasty stuff. So we didn't have to deal with all of that. And so you said things are healing up your way. Did you get to hear anything from down in the Southland down there? Flintstone and
Lisa said
and Ringgold?
Everybody's better. Everybody's fine. Yep.
Yeah, okay. And Mama and Cindy, they never got nothing, did they?
Never got sick. Nope.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear they did well. So there was enough stuff floating around that ship that everybody could have caught. That's for sure.
Right.
But anyways, other than that, things are pretty quiet there. So as I say, you're just sitting out here with the lawn chairs and the umbrellas and the tin cup, waiting to start measuring the rainfall. I don't know how long we gonna have to wait, Your Honor. Is it gonna happen before it snows?
Good question. All I know is for the foreseeable future, there ain't no rain in your forecast.
All right. Well, we'll see what we can do. So we got our one and done, and we're on our way back home. So we'll listen to you for a while, but we might be home before you go. We might be home and in bed before you call it quits, Your Honor.
Wow. Early night tonight. Early night on the greatest day of the week, right? I guess you're not going to complain. So, yeah, we knew Michigan was saying it'll be at least, Wednesday night? Arizona, the one that said, it may be 10 to 13 days. And now Oklahoma comes out and they said Oklahoma will have their final tallies shortly after the polls close Tuesday. Isn't that the way it's supposed to work? When our polls close Tuesday at 7 p.m., everything will be done according to the governor. We have paper backups. All the votes will be tallied. We'll have our results in as every precinct reports by 8:30 p.m. We'll have safe and fair elections in Oklahoma. He also discussed the state's move to purge ineligible voters from the rolls, which eliminated some 453,000 people. It's pretty simple to us in Oklahoma that only people who live in Oklahoma, U.S. citizens, should be able to vote. The state purged convicted felons, people who have moved away, deceased people, and others from its rolls. He said he was shocked at the number of people who were actually removed. The push for fair voting also reaches to the tallies on election night. At the end of the day, he predicted former President Trump will be the clear choice to take the state. Everybody knows that, and we're all so excited for these results, and we're excited for the American people. Oklahomans are also voting on a ballot initiative that would allow only U.S. citizens to vote in state elections. We want people that love our country, that are here, to be able to vote. So we didn't want any kind of funny business going on where there's a future, maybe, administration in our state that tries to allow non-citizens to vote. So we thought that was important to get it into our state constitution, and we believe that's going to pass overwhelmingly as well. And I guess that's one of the things Big Ed was talking about that he and his brother actually agreed upon when it comes to some of the ballot initiatives and some of the local elected officials. But for whatever reason, not seeing eye to eye when it comes to their choice for president. And that's the case in many families, right? So many families divided. What do you talk about when Thanksgiving rolls around? Whomever wins this election. So don't be the one that brings it up. Don't start the big fight there at Thanksgiving dinner. It is 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maya Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died, dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses, we need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful of people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more depth at the crisis in Valencia after the King of Spain had mud thrown at him over the weekend by local residents, furious at the failure of authorities to provide them with sufficient warning of torrential rains that created flash floods, killing more than 200 people. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, was evacuated from one town on Sunday after being confronted by furious locals. Juan Bodera sits in the local parliament in Valencia and says the national government has engaged in criminal negligence.
The situation is crazy because the mismanagement of the government, of the regional government, and of course there are shared responsibilities with the national government, and there are cities in the zone that have not yet been able to clean up their entire territory. There are still flooded garages and maybe victims there. Buildings whose stability may be compromised by the water, health problems that may be aggravated by the water conditions. So the situation is quite dramatic, and the response of the regional government is beyond words and comprehensible.
The Spanish Civil Guard says extra resources are now being used in the search for people missing in the floods. The government has not yet provided any estimate of how many people are missing, and when numbers are given, they could only cause further fury. On Sunday, some in the crowd called the king a murderer. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign. Moldova's pro-EU President Maia Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Officials in Valencia said they understand frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by flooding, and all primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented pollution in Pakistan. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
welcome aboard. Maybe for those just joining us. Welcome to the greatest day of the week. Yes, indeed. So we turn the page on the calendar. 4th day of November. Yes, Election Day Eve. Here it is. Of course, based on all the reporting, there's a lot we won't know. At the close of the day, I wish more states were like Oklahoma. What is it with these states nowadays? Need 10 days? 10 days? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. What's been happening, pup?
Oh, not much. How are you doing, Steve?
Monday, greatest day of the week. Yeah, doing all right. How was your weekend?
Oh, I'm still on my weekend. I just got done cleaning out the barn and putting the boat up for the winter and stuff. So, we need the rain here. The crops are darn near done, and I was trying to take some tomato cages out of the ground the other day, and that ground is like concrete versus tearing up my tomato cages. But we had a couple of those heavy frost, and the tomatoes and the peppers, that was the last of my garden.
Torched.
So, but, hey, I wanted to ask you something. Did you happen to listen to that thing that I sent you about Paul Harvey, If I Was the Devil?
Yes. I had heard that in the past, and yes, that from all those years ago, it sounds like today.
In 1965.
Yep.
And I didn't know if you would have to pay royalties to play it on the air or not. But if you do, I don't want you to have to do that. But I heard that before. I was just out here goofing around, and I happened to stumble on that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would have to pay royalties, then I don't want you to do it. But the listeners, go to YouTube, look up Paul Harvey, If I Was the Devil. And you can tell it was recorded in 1965 due to the static and stuff.
Oh, I mean, it's like it was, I mean, you talk about, someone that could see into the future. I mean, and literally everything has pretty much come to fruition.
Yeah, and I sent that to my mom, and she goes, I had never heard that before, and she goes, he was way ahead of his time.
Yes.
And stuff. And I just thought that was very interesting and stuff. But no, we as far as the crops and stuff like Will was talking about, the biggest thing on like the combines and everything is you got to keep the chaff and stuff away from the exhaust in the motor. And we usually clean everything out every morning and once they're done and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
The beans could have used a little more rain. They're a little bit on the dry side. The corn is doing great. I know Will would like to use more propane for the dryers, but it's coming out pretty good without that. So
I know a lot of times. In recent years they've.
Go ahead.
I know a lot of times in recent years they've had used an exponential amount of propane trying to dry that corn. So they're not really needing that this year?
Yes. No, they haven't. They haven't really, and Will probably contest to this. in the last couple of years, the harvest has been really dry. We might have some rainy days and stuff, but the moisture on the corn is it's been to where you barely need to use the dryers. It's not like in previous years where you're dumping semi-loads and the dryers take a little bit of time and stuff. So, but the beans were a little bit under moisture. We could have used some rain. We do need the rain though for the winter wheat. So I'm hoping we get a little bit of this rain that's over there in Missouri, but it looks like it's going to go more north than it is east. So, and I hate it for the people over there in Oklahoma. And I was talking to Big Sexy this morning, or Nathan. I don't like calling him that, but I was talking to Nathan this morning, but they had some warnings in his area too. So, but other than that, Steve, would that cost you royalties to play that?
I don't believe so. No, that's a spoken word piece, and yeah, I don't think if I could get the audio to come through, I can try to pull that up.
I think your listeners would love to hear that. That was recorded, and I sent it to you. I sent it to Pappy, and he gave me a big old thumbs up on that one. But my gosh, it is just something else. So,
yeah.
Well, I'll always be out here listening to you, Steve. I'm glad you had a good weekend, and glad your family's healthy again and stuff. So.
Back on track. All right. Well, now that we're into the month of November.
Yes, sir. I'll be on the road tomorrow night.
Well, get ready. Here come the holidays, right? Yeah, November 4th. I mean, literally Thanksgiving. What? 3 weeks away? It's incredible. Well, just as we kind of advertise those crisp fall mornings that turn bitter cold, and get your supply of Hot Shot Secret winter anti-gel, your Diesel Extreme with winter prevention. You also want to get your body physically ready for old man winter. As the weather gets colder, the holidays, the visiting relatives right around the corner, and of course the miserable cold and flu season that comes along with that, with all those indoor gathering is fast approaching. The time to prepare is now. According to Chauncey Crandall, the world-renowned cardiologist and director of preventive medicine at the Palm Beach Cardiovascular Clinic in Florida. He says we need to buckle up and get ready. And what is the best way to get ready for cold and flu season? Immunity is the key. He offers some tips on how we need to start boosting our immune system right now in advance of the holidays. We'll break some of that down for you coming up here just ahead. First, Scotty, just another day in paradise, huh?
Yeah, 77 down here around Dallas. Little warmer than it was at the house. I think they said we had 6.5 inches of rain there in Wichita. It just rained and rained and rained the last couple of days. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit of thunder and lightning, but man, just a good downpour. We needed the rain. We needed it in the reservoirs and everything like that. Our main water source was, that we've been on water restrictions all summer, but they said that they fetched 6.5 inches out there where the reservoir's at, so. I guess that was good. I'm sure we could use more, but
got a good soaking.
I'm all recovered now. Yeah, I'm glad to see it. It ain't gonna make the grass turn green again, but which is good. I don't want to mow the yard anyway. But I'm about recovered. I just made one trip last week, and of course I had taken that following week off after the cruise, so now I guess I got to do 2 weeks or 2 runs this week, so regular week. But getting off the ship, the only thing I noticed really was standing in the bathroom at the hotel. And that's one place I noticed it more than anything is going there and standing in the bathroom. You're sitting there waiting for the floor to, but it feels like the floor is moving on you still.
Right? Yep.
But, and I don't know. I think it all depends on where you were at on the boat and what kind of, what you felt and everything. Because there was some pretty rough seas several nights there that I felt, Of course, there was a couple nights that I don't know if it was, hitting that 15 drink limit that, caused the walls to move around in the hallway or what,
right. Yeah.
But, I don't know if anybody's ready to go back on the cruise. They didn't spend their cruise where I did. Took a beating in the casino, but had a good time. I said, be ready. I booked 2 more in April and May. Going out of Orlando, Port Canaveral anyway, back-to-back cruises.
Scotty is their favorite kind of patron. They offer him a free cruise, and he comes in there and he gives them more money than he would have paid for the damn cruise by going in the casino.
But it's prepaying for the next cruise.
I'm just okay. You're just paying for the next cruise in advance, okay?
Yeah. Paying it forward, and just Carnival likes me to pay it forward. But I mean, they give me free drinks. I don't know why. I don't know if there's something about giving you free drinks and you're spending more money in the casino or what,
Well, that's the mentality.
I think that may be the ploy.
Why is that? I mean, in Las Vegas, they all do that. Free drinks. The more they can get in you, the more bad decisions you're liable to make or likely to make.
I would say that's probably, I resemble that.
Whereas if you weren't drinking or you only had 1 or 2 beers or something, you lost a couple hundred, you say, screw it, I'm out of here. The more you drink, it's like, okay, I got to win that back. I got to win that back. And, you keep trying and trying.
You know what? I think I hit a straight flush on the table the one night. Won about $2,000 on a straight flush. Well, the casino host come over and handed me a steakhouse for $4. And then the drinks were there. I couldn't even finish one. The next drink was there.
Uh-huh.
Doggone it. Now I know what they was doing. That's exactly. They wanted that money back, I guess.
You think?
I did. No, I know for sure. Actually, I did walk out of the casino that night with over $3,000 in my pocket. But it was funny because as soon as I hit that straight flush, the casino host, he was standing right there, and I wanted to know if I wanted to go to steakhouse, and I was like, oh yeah, of course I got it for 4 people, and me and Jay and Shelly and my friend from Jacksonville that was on the cruise with us. We all 4 went to the steakhouse. But it's always a good time.
Normally I get the filet mignon there. Princess, she always gets the filet. I tried the cowboy steak this year. I mean, it's got more of a steak flavor, but it's got, I don't know, a little more fat than I would like to have. You have to cut away.
It's 18 ounces.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I had, and then went back to the steakhouse the next night, and I got the filet, and I don't care much for the filet, but I mean, even a 9-ounce filet is actually, that's quite a bit. But I can only handle a steakhouse usually just one time a week. I mean, it's just an hour and a half, 2 hours in there. I'm ready to get up and go.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of sitting there, an hour and a half in the dining room, and I'd just rather stop by the buffet and grab something to eat, or a sandwich place or pizza place or whatever. But the pizza place is usually reserved for 3 o'clock in the morning. But like that morning I seen you guys.
Yep. Right.
You know, had to check you back to your room. I think that was about 3 o'clock in the morning. But, I don't know if you knew where your room was that night or not.
That was the morning where the princess.
Did,
she said, "Where the hell have you been?" I said, "Oh, at the pizza place with Scott." You're not hanging out with him all week, you know.
Why am I the one that always gets in trouble?
I don't know.
You know, I don't instigate this stuff. I've not figured that out yet. But anyway, I get the blame no matter what. Then I get a phone call that I didn't answer the one night, and y'all looking for me. I'm like, what the heck? There's no happy medium. I disappear for a day and a half, and everybody's looking for me. But then, you know, if you're gone, then she thinks I'm with you. So, but now I had a good time. It was a good cruise. I took it as time to sit in the casino and take have a few drinks, you know, spend some money, and other times just sit in my room, slept during the day, and you know, I mean, I didn't get off the boat any. I wanted to get off at Bonaire.
I was going to say, you never got off at Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, none of them?
None of them.
Really?
I enjoy the boat. Yeah, I'm a little different. Of course, I've never been to Bonaire, and I should have got off the boat, but just did not feel like it. You know, I mean, I wasn't sick or nothing. I'm actually one of the few that I don't think got sick. I just wasn't motivated to get off the boat, you know, and of course, y'all come back looking like red lobsters, so, you know,
and that was
bad
using
memories of
plenty of sunscreen. I mean, we were using the sunscreen that day. I mean, we'd have probably been in the infirmary if we hadn't.
Yeah. I remember that one year that I was blistered so bad and everything, and man, I don't know, I try to stay out of the sun as much as I can. You know, get a little bit, and that's about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember, you know, when we first started going on cruises, we'd sit out there on the deck in the sun all afternoon, and, you know, thinking we'd be blistered by the time we went to dinner at night.
Yep.
You know, I mean, actually, I don't know, with the diabetes and everything, I kind of worry about getting all the sun, you know.
Yep.
I mean, I know the vitamin D is good for you, but, you know, I mean, it takes it out of you too, you know. But like I said, all in all, it was a good time. You know, I enjoyed seeing everybody, you know, and meeting some new people and stuff like that. But, I got one question. I'm gonna change the subject here a little bit. You know, they talk about cloud seeding. You know, they was saying about, you know, the hurricanes and everything, and they was doing cloud seeding. Okay, well, they ain't had no rain in Baltimore and Philadelphia and all up in there. Why don't they do the cloud seeding up there? Send the rain up there.
Good question. Places that really need it.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder. Yeah, I just kind of wondered. I mean, you know, if they know how to do it, you know, heck, they can make a hurricane go all the way to North Carolina. Well, sure, they can make it rain in Baltimore, you know,
mm-hmm.
or New York City or Philadelphia or wherever, you know. But, you know, anyway. So are you wearing your new kicks?
I hadn't worn them since the cruise. We actually went up to the place last evening with Chuck and Pat. You remember them, the Corinne's mom and dad. And when I walked in, he said,
"Yes."
He said, "Where's your shoes?" And I said, I told the princess I was going to wear them, and she said, "No, you don't do that. You don't want to start something." And Chuck was like, "Well, screw him." He had his Trump 24 hat on.
Damn, there's some good-looking shoes. I'd laugh when you come walking out there with them, and they look good on you. They're the right color for you.
Yeah.
You know, you can. Not everybody can sport that color, you know.
Right.
But at least you didn't have a pair of Kamala flip-flops on, you know. But,
yeah.
Just don't wear those the damn Poland boots Tuesday morning.
Right. Yeah, they won't let me in, right?
Now, did you hear about I think it was down there in Texas, some woman went in there to vote. She had a Trump shirt on. And they told her, said, you know, you can't wear any political stuff in here. And, you know, I don't know if she didn't know, if she was just trying to push the envelope or what, you know. But thinking, So she just stepped back out, pulled her shirt off, went in there and voted in her bra. She was done,
Really?
But, yeah.
That's
They
classic.
can probably look up the story. It was, yeah. But anyway. Okay, well, I've talked enough, I guess. I'll get off here and let you find somebody else to talk to.
All right, good to hear from you, Scotty. Thanks for checking in. Now you got to go back to work and make some money to have some gambling money on your next cruise. All right, a couple minutes from news break here. Philip will check in from Florida. Looks like brain dead. Yeah, of course, we're down to one race remaining, right? Who will be the champion in 2024? Touched on, just got a couple of moments here. Getting ready for the cold and flu season, right? Dr. Crandall says, start now to boost your immune system. Don't eat all that junk food over the holidays. Stay away from the sweets. Eat healthy, fresh food. Yeah, right. Easier said than done. Seasonal superfoods that are known to fight infection are pumpkin, apples, acorn squash, olive oil, and garlic. Continue your workouts. Even when you're busy around the holidays, get your exercise. Strengthening your body will help fight viruses that are lurking in the air. Try to reduce your stress levels. The election is here. The family is coming. The house is crazy. And we become stressed. The way I do is I read the Word of God, I meditate on the Word, and I bring my stress level down, he says. Sleep is a key. We need to make getting our rest a priority. Yes, we're with family. We stay up late. We get immunocompromised because of a lack of sleep. Do your best to get your rest. Wash your hands. Hello, according to the CDC, washing hands can prevent about 20% of respiratory infections like cold and flu. Stay off planes, he says. If possible, don't take travel by air. They're dirty, they're nasty. The incidence of catching flu on a plane is very high, especially if you're older or have a compromised immune system. And that goes for cruise ships as well, he says. Planes and cruises. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maya Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died, dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses. We need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful of people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, forecasters at AccuWeather have been telling us for the last several weeks that the Atlantic hurricane season is not over. And as they continue to watch closely over the weekend, they say waters in the Caribbean are still warm enough to foster additional organization. Wind shear remains low. AccuWeather experts are calling for a tropical storm to form by Monday night and a hurricane by Tuesday afternoon. The brewing tropical storm is expected to make a northeast turn across Jamaica and Cuba this week, bringing heavy downpours and gusty winds to the islands. All right, as the brewing tropical system moves northward and gains strength, wind gusts will increase across the region. 80 to 100 mile-an-hour gusts are forecast, with local gusts up to 110, close to where the center of the storm moves overland. They're talking like western Cuba. Now, beyond the northern Caribbean, there's a couple of options on the table. Yeah, the future track's going to depend on the movement of a dip in the jet stream 1,000 miles away over the U.S. this week. If the jet stream dip pushes far enough to the east, It'll tend to scoop up the tropical feature and maybe draw it across the southeastern Gulf of Mexico into South Florida. If the jet stream kind of lags back west where it is now, that feature may push into the western or central Gulf. It could threaten areas as far west as Louisiana or Texas. Yeah, there's also the possibility it continues due west and diminishes over southern Mexico. All right, tropical storms originating in the Caribbean this time of year have previously experienced a highly curved, or what they call boomerang track. Hurricane Mitch, 1998, Tropical Storm Keith in 1988. Now, they say there's never been a tropical storm or hurricane landfall in Texas, Louisiana, or Mississippi during November and December. So that would be quite a milestone, but that doesn't mean people along the central and western Gulf should let their guard down. This has been a hurricane season of unusual happenings, ranging from Beryl's intensity so early in the Caribbean to the lull in activity that occurred during prime time, late August and early September. All right, 5 officially named systems have made landfall, and another yet unnamed tropical storm struck the Carolinas. So there you go, keeping an eye on things. There was a system that got the designated name Patty late last week. It's not a threat to the lower 48. It's not a threat to us. So I guess we're up to the next name. I'm not even sure. Is it the R name coming up, Philip?
It's Raphael.
Raphael.
That'll be the next one.
Okay.
That'll be the next one. Raphael. Patty was up there by Nova Scotia and is going towards Spain right now, which Spain don't need that because, they just went through a bunch of flooding over there, so they're trying to get back from that. So hopefully they can get things under a handle before Patty comes over there towards them. They've got Tropical Cyclone 18. That's the one that's going to be Raphael right now, if you're wanting to track anything. It was Invest 97 yesterday. Now it's 18, Tropical Cyclone 18. So this is something that we thought we'd have 2 weeks ago, Steve. You remember how they were talking a couple of weeks ago that this was going to happen? You remember that?
Right.
Yeah, they said a couple of weeks ago that, this was supposed to happen before now, but it's around that time, November 4th, November 5th. That's around the time frame that we saw it. And if you look at the GFS model, it's a crazy joke right now. I mean, I hope it isn't true, but there's more out there to come for us in this month. That's all I'm going to say. From what you can only take a model for what it's worth. I don't trust it no less than 5 or no more than 5 days out. So Steve, let me ask you this: you're talking about counting votes. When will the electoral college votes be put out there?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Because in my frame of thinking, our popular vote should be at the same time as the electoral college, right? To say that the election's done with.
All I know is once we get through Election Day and then they certify the numbers state by state, the electoral college, the electors, they're supposed to follow the will of the people. And, I guess supposedly they're not required to. They can jump ship, that always stirs up controversy. But
yeah, it does. And that's the ones that really count big time. I mean, we've had many elections to where the popular vote was for one candidate and the electoral college was for another one. And that one is the one that usually makes the determination that the person is in office, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least that's the way I understand it. Is that right?
Correct. The electoral college. You got to get that magical number 270 something, whatever it is, electoral college votes.
Yeah, and it's something I think that we as, the United States need to be focused on telling our legislatures in our states and whatnot, hey, we need to have our votes certified same time as those electors, with the deal with electors, so everything balances out. I mean, that's the reason they set the system up for like check and balances, from what I understood growing up in school when we were studying it. Maybe they need to get with the times, I know down here, the big thing down here is obviously the presidential race, but we've got a lot of amendments happening down here. Do you guys have a lot in Ohio?
I know we've got, issue 1 is pretty significant, and that's about redistricting the electoral lines around the state, which some are saying they're looking to set up the state so the Democrats can take it back.
Oh, okay. Well, down here they have two. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you had some kind of a screw.
They have amendment.
They've got one amendment that had something to do with fishing or hunting. It's kind of a controversial thing. I saw that one. What else?
Well, we got Amendment 3, which has to do legalization of marijuana.
Okay.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
And then Amendment 4 has to deal with abortion. And that's the two things that they're really pushing down here as far as the ad campaigns go. They are really pushing those two amendments, whether to vote yes or no on them. They have just been loaded with our campaign down here, other than the presidential campaign, and also our state senator campaign and that kind of stuff that's going on. Rick Scott's, I've seen some crazy commercials about Rick Scott, but that's what's really hitting us down here, and I see on TV every day. It's either Amendment 3, Amendment 4, the presidential race, or the state senate race, or I should say the federal, senator race. But we'll just see how it goes. But I just think that voting needs to be lined up as far as the president goes like that, so we know, that way we can get it done with. So. And I know Braindead's going to talk about it a little bit, but that NASCAR race was kind of interesting last night. I don't know if you caught wind of what happened, Steve, but I'll let Braindead elaborate on it more because it's his thing. And I'll catch you guys later. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right. And I guess Braindead, I'm assuming he's working. I guess he had to take care of some business, get that truck unloaded or something, doing a pickup or delivery. Typically, he'll check back in when he gets an opportunity. But so we've got clear lines, actually, at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, the Ohio State Highway Patrol is asking for public help in locating a commercial vehicle believed to have been involved in a double fatality crash on Halloween night, about 10 p.m., October 31. This was on I-71 in Medina County, Ohio. A Volvo commercial vehicle driven by 68-year-old David Brown was southbound on 71 when it became disabled in the right lane of the interstate. This is near the 206 mile marker. A 73-year-old Mark McGraw was operating a 2018 Chevy Trax south on 71 when he struck the disabled Volvo. A third vehicle also struck the Volvo. Both McGraw and Brown died at the scene. So they're saying anyone who has information on a red or maroon-colored commercial vehicle with heavy driver and passenger side damage is asked to call the Medina Post. So I'm assuming not. I'm guessing the commercial vehicle left the scene. That would be my guess. Best I can figure out as to why they can't find the truck. All right, Pilot Flying J announcing Liz Leon of Victorville, California, a driver for 4Gen Logistics, as the 2024 Road Warrior Grand Prize winner. A professional driver for more than 19 years presented with a $25,000 check during a surprise presentation in Rialto, California. Through her trucking career, Leon has accumulated an average of 100,000 miles crash-free per year and received recognition for her efforts from the California Trucking Association. Congratulations to this year's Road Warrior, Liz Leon, who stood out among the many deserving drivers we read about during this contest. According to Jordan Spradley, the Vice President of Transportation and Logistics at Pilot. For the first time in 2024, Pilot also selected a $1,000 winner each week in the month of September during the Road Warrior nomination period. In addition to Leon, those weekly winners were Herschel Evans of Bremen, Georgia, Joe Mondor of Grand Forks, North Dakota, and Roy Prentice of Reno, Nevada. We appreciate all the nominations and stories of drivers like Liz, Herschel, Joe, and Roy, who show up day in and day out, put in countless hours and miles, and embody everything we value at Pilot. So there you go. It is 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
been talking about all these restaurants around the country struggling. TGI Fridays, the handwriting's been on the wall. They did indeed file bankruptcy, I guess, on Friday. The renowned casual dining chain, bankruptcy, Chapter 11, as they grapple with the financial challenges exacerbated by the pandemic, shifting customer demands. So they're looking at restructuring their finances and supporting operations. Obviously, they're going to be shuttering a number of locations. They shut 50 locations last week, reducing their U.S. footprint to 163 restaurants. Yeah, when they were at 270 locations at the start of the year. The executive chairman acknowledged the company's difficulties, describing the bankruptcy decision as a necessary action to protect the best interest of our stakeholders. All right, so TGI Friday, just one of a number of chains struggling. They're going to try to become a smaller, more streamlined chain of restaurants. Kind of like Applebee's has done the same. They, in recent years, had shuttered locations all over our area. Now, a lot of folks I had mentioned probably maybe not familiar with what is Frisch's Restaurants. It's the Frisch's Big Boy. In the South, they call it Shoney's Big Boy. It's the Big Boy restaurants. They're pretty much the same menu, and I'm not sure how far the Frisch's footprint goes out, but they've been shuttering locations left and right and all over our area. So I saw like last Wednesday, the court had ordered, they're pretty much being evicted for not paying the rent at their various locations. $4 million the corporation owed for a number of locations. So they announced they gave them 7 days. So this past day, obviously I am not alone. Everyone and their brother in this city is heading out to the various locations of Frisch's that are still open one last time to get their favorite Big Boy or Brawny Lad sandwich. The buffet, the place was packed. If they could keep the business going like it is right now, you announce a place is going to shut down and everybody says, let's go eat there. Let's go. The line for the drive-through was all the way out to the street. The parking lot was packed. So I guess this Wednesday, technically, that's got a couple of days left and numerous locations. It was back in September when the landlord, an Orlando real estate company, filed eviction notices for more than 20 locations in southwest Ohio, numerous counties affected. They said their rent, over $4.5 million, was overdue, and failure to pay would result in being in default under their lease agreement. Notice of default was sent to the restaurant chain in August, followed by a 3-day notice to leave the premises at affected restaurants in September. Since then, last week, various judges have been ordering different locations to shut their doors, and that list came out for 6 different locations that'll be shuttered by Wednesday of this week. According to the court documents, Frisch's says they tried to work to avoid evictions, including the suggestion to maybe work together to close stores on a schedule. But they said Triple N rejected those efforts. So one last Big Boy sandwich yesterday. Well, there's the dingy one. Hello, Dingbat.
Hey, you were talking about TGI Fridays, man. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Last time I heard that was when I was like, Sweet 16 birthday party.
Really? We've got a local TGI.
Yeah,
we got a Fridays a couple miles from the house here, TGI's.
And you see them in the grocery stores or whatever, like that, the little appetizers
Yes.
frozen here and there.
Yep.
And also, Shoney's, the last time I saw that was when I was doing that Nashville run. It was right near where I drop off.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird. Yep. It was kind of like when I was hearing, I was like, now I feel old.
So what'd you do over the weekend? Anything special? I mean, you're still your knee surgery, your recovery continues.
I get my stitches out Friday. Can't wait. But tonight was my last night at Papa John's. I am going back to FedEx with a different company.
Really?
I start tomorrow night from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., so I can't wait.
So back on the overnight shift.
Yep, I get to hang out with all the cartoon characters. Then I can drive Brain Dead dingbat crazy from time to time now.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a good thing.
But he just right, or y'all can drive him dingbat crazy. You pick.
Well, Brain Dead was hanging out a little bit ago, I guess. Am I assuming correctly? He's out there working, right? So he's probably making a delivery or a pickup or something.
He's on his way in. The wind down here in lovely Memphis is really, really bad right now. It's windy. It's like he had a 40,000-pound load, and it was dragging him around. He had a interesting stop on his first one. So he's on his way back to the warehouse, I believe.
I knew some of those storms were kind of making their way in your direction, so I guess so he's out there battling the elements this morning. All right, Dingbat, thank you for checking in.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maia Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died, dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses, we need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful of people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more depth at the crisis in Valencia after the King of Spain had mud thrown at him over the weekend by local residents, furious at the failure of authorities to provide them with sufficient warning of torrential rains that created flash floods, killing more than 200 people. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, was evacuated from one town on Sunday after being confronted by furious locals. Juan Bodera sits in the local parliament in Valencia and says the national government has engaged in criminal negligence.
The situation is crazy because the mismanagement of the government, of the regional government, and of course there are shared responsibilities with the national government, and there are cities in the zone that have not yet been able to clean up their entire territory. There are still flooded garages and maybe victims there. Buildings whose stability may be compromised by the water, health problems that may be aggravated by the water conditions. So the situation is quite dramatic, and the response of the regional government is beyond words and comprehensible.
The Spanish Civil Guard says extra resources are now being used in the search for people missing in the floods. The government has not yet provided any estimate of how many people are missing, and when numbers are given, they could only cause further fury. On Sunday, some in the crowd called the king a murderer. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign. Moldova's pro-EU President Maia Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Officials in Valencia said they understand frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by flooding, and all primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented pollution in Pakistan. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals.
These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Would you looky there as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is a Monday, Election Day Eve. Philip was talking about the Electoral College, which oftentimes does get confusing for so many. You hear a lot of people say, well, why should I vote? It's the Electoral College that determines the outcome anyway. From the, from the National Archives, they break it down. Electoral votes are allocated among the states based on the census. Every state is allocated a number of votes equal to the number of senators and representatives in the congressional delegation. 2 votes for its senators in the U.S. Senate, plus a number of votes equal to the number of congressional districts. Under the 23rd Amendment of the Constitution, the District of Columbia is allocated 3 electors and treated like a state for purpose of the Electoral College anyway. But each state, which includes the District of Columbia for the Electoral College, decides how to appoint those electors. However, they must do so according to law enacted before Election Day. Right now, all states use the popular vote results from the November election to decide which political party chooses the individuals who are appointed. Now, all states, except for Maine and Nebraska, have what they call a winner-take-all policy, where the state looks only at the overall winner of the statewide popular vote. Maine and Nebraska, however, appoint individual electors based on the winner of the popular vote within each congressional district, and then 2 what they call at-large electors based on the winner of the overall statewide popular vote. Now, they say while it's rare for Maine or Nebraska to have a split vote, each has done so twice. Nebraska in 2008, Maine in 2016, and both Maine and Nebraska in the 2020 election. So then they break down, the allocations are based on the 2020 census right now. These numbers will be in effect for 2024 as well as the 2028 presidential elections. The electoral votes, there are a total of 538. You need a majority of whoever hits 270 electoral votes. That's what they're all tracking on election night. And that's why they go state by state. And for each respective state, there are X number of electoral college votes to account for, obviously, the more populous states, your New Yorks, your California. California alone has 54 electoral college votes. A state like Delaware has 3. So, again, it's based on the populace, the population. There's the battleground states. We always know the big prizes. You can almost always say, well, New York, California, That's going to go to the Democrat. And then you've got all these battleground states, the swing states, as they refer to them. But 270, that's the magical number we'll be watching for as the results begin coming in there Tuesday evening. And hell, I don't know, will it be Tuesday a week from now, where we ultimately know the final outcome? Let's hope it doesn't take that long. But so there's your breakdown. It is 844-844-3388 as we get another hour underway. And Eagle checks in here on a Monday. How was your weekend, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, I'm out here on the road right now. I thought I was gonna make it back home before the election, but don't look like it's gonna happen. I got held up on a load in Atlanta over the weekend. Well, like I said, you know, before I get to politics, Steve, it's getting worse and worse in the trucking game, trucking business. I've been doing this for 25 years now, and like I say, I don't mind working on weekends. Like I say, as long as I get my paycheck, as long as I'm making money, I give a damn if I'm driving or not on the weekend. I'm about making money, and I'm making a lot of money. As a matter of fact, my bank account is getting bigger and bigger, and hopefully, if Trump gets in, it'll get even bigger. Okay, but listen, Steve, man, it really it's getting to the point now, Steve, where it doesn't even make sense to operate a truck on Saturday and Sunday because it's basically a worthless adventure. The truck stops are full, usually on the weekend, and you talk to most people, and they tell you that they're waiting for Monday. They're waiting for Monday morning because just about, unless you go into a Walmart distribution center, Target, H-E-B, Kroger, or whatever like that, just about everything is closed on Saturday and Sunday. There's nothing open, warehouses. And if like my boss man told me in my job, if you don't get a load delivered by 5 or 6 o'clock on a Friday night, you basically out of luck until you basically got to sit 2 days until Monday morning, waiting for these idiots to open up. So it's it is costing the driver money because a lot of companies don't pay you for sitting at a truck stop for 2 days. So you basically losing 2 days pay. So that's the reason why a lot of drivers are just saying the hell with it and going home on the weekends because it's basically a work unless you get a long load or something that's going to keep you driving for the whole weekend. It's basically a waste of time staying out here on the road. And it's not really the people's fault. A lot of people, you know how it is. You talk about this, Steve. People are making cutbacks due to the economy. And, they see that a lot of companies have to pay overtime pay or, a time and a half for the weekend. So a lot of companies can't afford to pay people to work on Saturday and Sunday. So they just close the damn business down. And when they not only hurt the people that work for them, but they also hurt the truck drivers. And that's the reason why you got to get Trump back in the White House to get this economy on the road. If you listen to Donald Trump over the weekend, Steve, and Donald Trump is telling the truth because this man was in the White House. Do you realize, I think you probably know, Steve, do you realize Donald Trump said that the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration only created 12,000 jobs in the last month or whatever it was? That's almost depression numbers. Donald Trump said that nobody is hiring no damn body, and you talked about all the businesses that are going out, such as Pepsi. Never in my life, you talked about that last week, Steve. Never in my life did I think Pepsi was going to be closing down facilities and laying people off. Didn't you say that about Pepsi last week?
Yeah, 4 locations actually last week. Yes.
Yeah, I never in my life thought that I would hear about layoffs at a soft drink place such as Pepsi, one of the biggest places in the world. It's happening all over, Steve. You talk about all the restaurants that are going out of business, closing down locations. Now they're even talking about some of these restaurants that are underperforming. McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King. These are restaurants that are big names in the USA. Never in my life did I think a damn McDonald's would close a location due to the fact they're not making money. But you look at these overpriced, skyrocketed price. How much a Big Mac, Steve? A Big Mac will cost you $7 or $8 now, and the meat patties is like a something that is I don't even know why they call it a Big Mac. They ought to change the name. You remember what a Big Mac used to look like, Steve, back in the 80s and the 90s when we were kids? That's what a Big Mac was, brother. This garbage that they got right now, it's an embarrassment. What they selling at Burger King and McDonald's and these fast food places. Like I heard a guy say the other day, Steve, the prices are going up, but the food is getting smaller portions. The same deal, you used to be able to get a meal at Burger King or Wendy's for $4 or $5, $6 less than, and you would be full when you walked out of the restaurant. You go to McDonald's now and spend 15 to 20. I think you said you spent like $45 the other day. I think you said last week when you were there. You can spend that much money, Steve, and still walk out at McDonald's still hungry when you walk out of that place. That's ridiculous. This has got to change, Steve. If we cannot last another 4 years in America with Bidenomics, as that idiot Kamala Harris likes to talk about. Bidenomics is a failure, just like Joe Biden is a failure. And if Kamala Harris tries to install that in America, she'll be a failure, just like that loser that she worked for right now. Because, see, Steve, we don't have nobody in the White House. We have a vacant White House right now. Joe Biden is a derelict of duty. I told you last week about, if by the way, Pappy, brother, I fell asleep last week before I could congratulate you last Thursday on backing me up on what I told Steve about North Korea. Everything I told Steve on Thursday night is true. And it happened because of Joe Biden's stupidity and derelict of duty by not doing his job, Steve. There's no reason in the world why Russia and North Korea should be doing business together. Why there's no reason why North Korean troops should be in Ukraine right now fighting alongside Russia. It's an embarrassment. And you could bet your last dollar that if Donald Trump was president, there wouldn't be no damn North Korean troops in Ukraine. And here's something for all your so-called people that's planning on walking down to the voting booth on Monday morning, vote for Kamala. She ain't gonna do a damn thing about it either. About North Korean troops being, if anything, it'll get worse. And just to tell you a quick story, Steve, that Donald Trump likes to tell to show you how much power good old Kamala got. They said that they gave her the opportunity to go over to Russia and talk to Ukraine and talk to them about the war and try to put a stop to it. And guess what? Like Trump said, 3 days later, Russia went into Ukraine. So that tells you what they think about Kamala and her negotiating ability. Vladimir Putin laughed in her face and told her to get the hell out of Russia. And he still went in and made his move. And as we speak, they still doing this thing. So what makes people think Kamala's going to do any different, Steve, when she gets in? Now, let's talk about Donald Trump right quick, Steve. Donald Trump I listened to him yesterday on Sunday morning. He said some things that he shouldn't have said, but he is very pissed off, just like I'm pissed off, because he's learning some very bad things about what's going on with this election. Some very bad things are transpiring over the weekend with the cheating that's going on with the different in the different cities around America. There are people that have been told, Steve, people that are standing in line to vote, and they say that the authorities come and tell them to get the hell out of line, that the voting is over with. You're not going to be able to vote tonight. Come back tomorrow. And telling these people got to go take a day off from work the next day to go and vote if they really want. Some people say the hell with it. So Donald Trump, he said some things, Steve, that might get him in trouble. But like I say, it's only 1 day into the election, and the Democrats are trying to exploit it. Such as one thing he said was that he shouldn't have never left the White House when he was in 2020. That was a very bad mistake by saying that, because now they're going to say that Donald Trump is not planning on leaving the White House in 2028. They already started. Second mistake he made was when he said that the bullet, that people are trying to take his life, and that if somebody gets hit in the process, one of the reporters get hit by a bullet that's headed towards him. He said that's a good thing, not a bad thing. The third mistake he made over the weekend was when he was talking about Dick Cheney's daughter, when he said that she was a coward and that she would be too scared to go to war for the United States, to put her life on the line, but she has no choice. But she has no problem sending somebody else's kids and daughters to war to fight for the United States. You know, I understand where he's coming from. He's pissed off. He's mad because Donald Trump got robbed. He got kicked in the rear end in 2020, and he doesn't want to see it happen again. I'm going to say this, and I really don't care because Steve, I say what's on my mind. I'm saying that Donald Trump, they stole the election in 2020, and you can look at the crowds that Donald Trump have across America and the support he has all over the world. There are people in the other countries that are hoping that Donald Trump get in, not just the USA. If Donald Trump loses the election, they stole it from him. Simple as that. Democrats, you get mad all you want, you get pissed off. You don't want to hear the truth because that's the exact truth. There is no way in hell that Kamala Harris should walk away with a victory on Tuesday night in this election. If she walks away with that victory, it's a stolen victory, just like the man she works for right now. Both of them are bogus, and they're both liars. They're going to do a damn thing for the United States, but make it worse. Like Donald Trump said the other day, Steve, he asked the same question before all his rallies lately. Are you better off than you was 4 years ago? And everybody in the crowd says, hell no. And I'm saying this right now. In 2028, if we still here, you ask that question after Kamala Harris administration, and I guarantee you what the answer will be is hell no. I'm not better than I was 4 years ago. I'm worse off now than I was under that loser Joe Biden, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle fired up on a Monday. Okay, Election Day Eve. And it's 844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yeah, the jobs numbers Eagle brought up. Yeah, as the headline says, the economy delivered some rough justice to the campaign of Kamala Harris on Friday in the form of the monthly jobs report. Harris has inherited from Joe Biden the habit of claiming that Donald Trump is responsible for the job losses the economy suffered during the pandemic. Joe won the White House arguing that what he said was Trump's mishandling of the pandemic had wrecked the economy, even though the economy was recovering much faster than anybody not named Larry Kudlow. Now, what happened next is a story we've told many times before. After running on the idea that the economy was in ruins while Trump was president, Biden couldn't let the economy continue to recover without significant additional stimulus. So they pushed through trillions of dollars in new spending under the slogans of the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Build Back Better, and the American Families Plan. Fortunately, Biden's larger ambitions were thwarted, and only a fraction of the dreamed of expenditures were ultimately enacted into law, but the results were bad enough. Worst inflation in 40 years, soaring interest rates, the least affordable housing market in generations, a crisis of confidence in our economy that even full employment and several quarters of rapid growth could not cure. It never really made much sense for the Democrats to complain about the pandemic job losses. The lockdowns, the school closures. Many on the left supported those. Now, the U.S. economy recovered faster than many other developed economies, in part because of the measures enacted during Trump's presidency. Neither Biden nor Harris has ever explained what measures they might have taken that would have decreased the impact of the pandemic. Not surprisingly, the Harris campaign was never going to let historical accuracy or economic logic stand in the way of attacking her rival for the White House. She took aim at Trump's record on manufacturing in particular, claiming that during the Trump years, the economy lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs. She also claims that the Biden policies had led to a boom in manufacturing. At a rally in Michigan last month, she said America lost nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs under Trump. In reality, the economy had 178,000 fewer manufacturing jobs when Trump left office in January of 21 than when his presidency began. But prior to the pandemic, manufacturing employment had grown by over 430,000 jobs while Trump was president. And from the depths of the pandemic closures in 2020, the economy added back 769,000 manufacturing jobs in just the last few months of Trump's presidency. We'll pick up there after this.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the U.S. election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maya Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died. Dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses. We need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful to people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Well, hello to Jared there in Missouri. Kind of chiming in this morning. Guess he's watching on Facebook. Steve, you look great. Happy to see you're still doing your nightly thing and grinding right along. Your show is a blessing and is appreciated more than you know. Glad you had a successful surgical procedure and a nice cruise. Keep healthy. Continue to be there as long as you can. Keep enjoying what you do. And he went on to say, the great Show Me State. does not allow early voting. They use only paper ballots, and they require a picture identification. It's a shame there's so many other dirty states that play filthy con games to cancel my vote. All right, I think Steve always votes on Election Day. I'm not sure about this time. Yeah, it's going to be on Election Day. Yeah, kind of like, as so many had said, vote early, but all I know is the early voting, the lines. Yeah, because there's just a small handful of locations. And for our area, you had to drive to like Norwood. So everybody has to, and the lines have been incredible. Yeah, I'll be at the polling location about 6:30 a.m. there Tuesday morning, Jared. When the polls open, because I'll have just got off work. I'll be ready to go. And then, of course, I got to wake the princess up. Got to get her out there. But yeah, that'll be my duty Election Day morning. I'll be there. All right, we've got other industry headlines. Wow, this must have been a nasty, nasty scenario that unfolded over the weekend in Michigan. 4 fatalities, 17 others, including children, seriously injured after a semi-truck crashed into vehicles stopped on a highway. It's about 11:40 p.m. on an overpass on I-96 east of Lansing, Michigan, as crews from DTE Energy were working to string power lines across the highway. According to state police, the detail required the expressway to be shut down for a brief period of time so the crews could pull the lines across the expressway. So troopers had shut down westbound 96 and had just reopened the highway, but obviously the shutdown had caused traffic to back up. The driver of the semi, hauling a load of bananas, traveling westbound, came up on the stopped traffic. It appears the driver of the semi did not see the backup, could not stop his vehicle in time. The resulting crash caused the truck and several other vehicles to catch fire. Crash involved 15 vehicles, including the semi-truck. Troopers said 3 of those killed were 2 women, ages 20 and 43, a 47-year-old male, all from Lansing. They were in a Chevy Trax, and they were all related. The 4th victim was a 29-year-old from Carson City, Michigan, who was driving a Ford F-150 pickup. They had not released the names per policy at press time of this story. The driver of the semi, whose name was also not released, was taken to the University of Michigan Medical Center in Ann Arbor for treatment of burns. Police said they were early in the investigation, and it's not clear what charges the driver may face. Of the 3 victims admitted to the University of Michigan Health Sparrow, 1 remained in critical condition, 2 unstable there. Other victims taken to the McLaren Greater Lansing. Their conditions not immediately available. Crews on Sunday were cleaning up debris on the westbound lanes of 96. The overpass where the crash happened, they said, will be closed indefinitely because they need to inspect for structural integrity due to the fire. But a spokeswoman for DTE Energy said crews were stringing power lines across the highway, part of a $9 billion plan to update equipment to improve the electric reliability of their network there. But what a mess that was. Well, Saturday night into Sunday morning, prayers for all those involved. How obviously the investigation, they'll be scouring through this driver's social media. What was he trying to send a text message? Was he distracted driving? According to the FMCSA, about 80% of truck accidents involve some type of driver distraction, in the 3-second window leading up to the crash and looking at a phone for just 8 seconds leaves a driver driving distracted for the length of 2 football fields. That's how quickly this all unfolds. The FMCSA is mounting a strong campaign to raise awareness for the issue, including giving people the chance to see what can happen in just a few seconds after taking their eyes off the road. The insurance provider, Quanata, has developed the distracted driving simulator that's designed to show just how dangerous even a moment of distraction behind the wheel can be by simulating the effects of performing tasks like texting or just checking your phone while driving. The tool visually highlights the dangers of distracted driving. According to the FMCSA press release, the campaign aims to highlight the dangers of distracted driving to car owners and truck drivers alike. It remains one of the leading causes of fatal crashes in the U.S., claiming the lives of 3,308 people in 2022. While the simulator cannot provide a complete picture of the dangers of distracted driving, we're hoping at least to illustrate how dangerous it can be. In the simulator, in the tool, you're driving at 70 miles per hour. If it takes 8 seconds to send a quick text message, you will have been driving distracted for 821 feet. That is the equivalent of the length of over 2 football fields, the length of more than 20 school buses, almost 5 times the height of Niagara Falls. Every day, 9 people in this country die in traffic crashes caused by distracted driving. There were 42,514 motor vehicle crash deaths in the USA in 2022, meaning 7.8% were caused by distracted driving. 289,000 plus people injured in incidents related to distracted driving in that same year. Research shows distracted drivers are more than 11 times more likely to miss visual hazard cues. And they point out stats like this are undeniable. It is crucial you minimize the time you spend on distractions while driving. So a lot can happen, yes, in just a matter of seconds. Dan, this Monday, what's happening, Dan?
In the rain here in Texas. Raining pretty heavy, too, to tell you. I'm about a couple hours east of Dallas, heading to Dallas. You might even be able to hear it on the windshield.
I do.
But anyway, yeah. Well, I agree with that caller that in Missouri, where I'm a voter, we do have a system which I don't understand why every state don't go that way. You fill out a paper ballot, they scan the paper ballot, and they deposit it into a lockbox, and that's simple.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to show a picture ID, and that's. I mean, I've never doubted the integrity of the election. Now, I voted absentee because while I live in St. Louis, outside St. Louis, which St. Louis is a pretty red area, a blue area, very blue area. But the rest of the state, thank goodness, is red, is Republican. But I get an absentee ballot, and on the absentee ballot, you have to fill out a form for it. But then when you get the ballot back, you have to, you fill out your ballot, you put it in an envelope that requires a notary to sign to witness your signature. And the notary has to see your picture ID. And then there's also a tab for you to follow your ballot if you want to go online and check, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I took mine and my wife's to the post office, and he put the cancel stamp on it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He put the postage. They used the stamp on it. And so, you know, I feel the election was rather honest. But Trump said something, you know, about possibly the Republicans could work a little bit more. I mean, they should be more aggressive in their legal defense. Well, when you get a deal like in those 4 counties in Atlanta, that at the last minute decides to break the law,
yep,
the weekend before the election, it takes a little time to get the lawsuit and get an injunction against those people. And, you know, I think they're working as hard as they can. And I don't know what else. They've scored some victories. I'm up in Virginia. The governor Youngkin was able to get the non-citizens off the voting rolls. Supreme Court heard that one. So the stuff's unfolding. You know, the Constitution leaves the election laws up to the state, and when they violate state laws, you have to start in state court. I don't know. I'm saying that thinking, well, that is true, you know, but you have to start in state court, and then I guess bump it up to the Supreme Court if you can't get relief. But I mean, I'm just shocked that that's gone on in Georgia, another hot spot, you know, that
right.
was before. So as far as Trump saying things that he shouldn't say, the man is exhausted with this BS. And it's like this poll in Iowa. And Trump won there by 8 points. And I was listening tonight, and the metrics that they used, which is the Republican registration, anyway, that's when Republicans were up by maybe 1 point in terms of registration and early voting. Now they're up by about 11 points. So in reality, everybody else is looking at Trump winning Iowa by double digits. So a newspaper goes to the liberal large city, Des Moines newspaper, and does a poll for him. Well, how does she come up with anything different? And she's yet to explain it. And this is what we're being led to believe. However, if you look at Real Clear Politics, they're saying, and they take the average of the swing state polls and, of course, the national poll, Trump right now should come in at 287 electoral votes.
And the magical number's 270.
270. So if you take Real Clear Politics, which takes all the polls, including that one in Iowa, and other swing states, then he should come up with 287 votes. And 287 electoral votes. And she would take the rest, which, of course, wouldn't even be close to 70. So, I mean, and I kind of think the Democrats kind of sense that. I mean, both campaigns have their own pollsters. But what bothers me is that this nonsense hits the airwaves. You know what I'm saying? With these polls, and they're really, I don't agree with that Nate Silver, anybody with the New York Times, but he said basically there's fake polls out there, more and more of them all the time. And I think they're designed to influence or discourage the supporters of Trump. So I'm surprised you didn't. You're not really eligible to vote absentee in Ohio?
I mean, we've got the early voting thing. Yeah, absolutely. I could have requested an absentee ballot.
Well, absentee, yeah, where they bring it, they send it to your home.
Right. I mean, I got the form asking if I wanted the mail-in ballot, and I didn't send it in.
Oh, well, I mean, this deal in Georgia where I don't get how they can break the law and then hopefully they'll have an injunction issued, the Republican Party of Georgia, and quite frankly, the Secretary of State, who's in charge of elections, should be part of that lawsuit or filing his own suit, saying, stop, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Stop. These ballots cannot or have to be provisional ballots. I really think the election will be decided very earlier than what you thought. Did you say Wednesday? Is that when you said Wednesday evening?
Yeah, that's what Michigan's Secretary of State said. It would be Wednesday evening before they get their numbers.
Yeah, so why is that?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. You know, Florida, which is a larger state, they'll have theirs before midnight.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying.
And that's the same thing Oklahoma's governor over the weekend. Oklahoma says we'll have the numbers before the midnight hour on election night. So how is it? Some of these states, obviously Michigan is one of those fishy states to begin with. And then Arizona, where you had so much of a mess 4 years ago, trying to say it's going to take 10 to 13 days for them to get them all counted?
Well, Steve, this goes in line with, and I understand Trump's frustration. My God, this has been a disaster. 2 assassination attempts, and he's probably at wit's end. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to say, if he loses, I wouldn't be upset with him if he says, kiss my ass, America, you're on your own. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
If this is what you want, you kiss my ass, you won 4th branch of government, the deep state. You're the dumbest ass people around. And I'll second the motion.
Right.
We're sitting there, Steve, 12,500 jobs. I think I heard you right. But you're right, but you got one thing you didn't add. We haven't had them revised down. Normally there's a revision down on these jobs.
And Friday's numbers they revised down. They revised down October. They revised down September. Several months. Everything's been revised down.
Yeah. So, Steve, when you find out what part of government works, would you please telegraph a message? Because I'll be dead and gone when it does work. I mean, it's real fine to be rah, 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 and we're all going to pull together. Well, not Dan. Dan's not in on this BS. And I mean, I've seen enough. And when you told that story about Georgia tonight, I thought, and I'm not faulting Grump, but I mean, he's validity. But I mean, my point is, it just happened. What you said, like they were not supposed to take any more ballots Saturday and Sunday, and then they're sending them out by UPS or the Postal Service
overnight,
Express Mail.
Yeah, Express. Yep.
Yeah, overnight, and then UPS and a UPS return thing, and that scan and this is scan. Well, and I'm not saying there's a conspiracy to defraud the vote, but those are the 4 counties. I don't know if you said this, but Well, Fulton County is going to go for Harris. I don't know about those other three counties. I'm kind of surprised Cobb would, because that's north of Atlanta, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about Cobb County, but and I forget the other one. Is there a Tipton or something like that? A Tipton County or something? Again, you'd have to look and see where they went in 2020, but just to do that is just, I don't know. But yes, I am agree with your caller about Missouri. I'm very comfortable, and again, I live in a very St. Louis City is I mean, if a Democrat can't get 90% of the vote, he's not going to win there. You know what I'm saying? But St. Louis County, where I live, is trending blue. And it's trending blue because the baby boomers, really, that's one area Trump's had some problems with, is people like myself who were born in the 40s. That's the Woodstock generation. And but even there, I trust our election. And is that how you vote? You fill out a paper ballot, and they scan it?
Correct.
And then they go on with it? Or
correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty... And you watch them scan it. You actually watch them scan it. You watch them put that in that lockbox. So, anyway. Well, good. Hope you get to vote early and Tuesday so you can get some sleep. But
I won't have any.
I'm debating whether to turn off.
I think no difficulty on my end. I mean, yeah, as the case in 2020, I think there may have been 10, 15 people, standing outside, but the line moved pretty quickly, once they get things going. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, the Bureau of Labor Statistics revised the August payroll growth down by like 81,000. They also revised downwards September's numbers, down by 31,000. Final hour coming up right after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maia Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died, dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses. We need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful of people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more depth at the crisis in Valencia after the King of Spain had mud thrown at him over the weekend by local residents, furious at the failure of authorities to provide them with sufficient warning of torrential rains that created flash floods, killing more than 200 people. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, was evacuated from one town on Sunday after being confronted by furious locals. Juan Bodera sits in the local parliament in Valencia and says the national government has engaged in criminal negligence.
The situation is crazy because the mismanagement of the government, of the regional government, and of course there are shared responsibilities with the national government, and there are cities in the zone that have not yet been able to clean up their entire territory. There are still flooded garages and maybe victims there. Buildings whose stability may be compromised by the water, health problems that may be aggravated by the water conditions. So the situation is quite dramatic, and the response of the regional government is beyond words and comprehensible.
The Spanish Civil Guard says extra resources are now being used in the search for people missing in the floods. The government has not yet provided any estimate of how many people are missing, and when numbers are given, they could only cause further fury. On Sunday, some in the crowd called the king a murderer. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tearing through swing states in the last hours of the US election campaign. Moldova's pro-EU President Maia Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Officials in Valencia said they understand frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by flooding, and all primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented pollution in Pakistan. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Off that final hour on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. I think it's one of the breaking stories this Monday morning. The music, some referred to him as a musical icon, Quincy Jones. He was the producer of the likes of Michael Jackson's Thriller and many others. A giant of American music. He dies at the age of 91. Described as one of the most powerful forces in pop music for more than half a century. Apparently passed away Sunday in California, again at the age of 91. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning to all the listeners. The weekend went by way too fast. We carried out the no-plan routine, and it was very restful. Although a third day would be nice. The coffee's hot. Pickup's ready to go. I suppose we'll see what the day brings. Very good. Everybody enjoy. Thanks for being with us. And it's 844-3388. Well, good morning, Brain Dead.
Wow, that is a big name in the music world. Quincy Jones passing away. Yeah. Wow. The only thing you can say is he lived a very long and fulfilling life. That's all you can really say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how was your weekend, buddy? Bring out all them Christmas lights already?
Ultimately, no. I did not.
Oh, I think I still got the princess's number on my phone. I might have to give her a jingle later on, get you started on that, because that Christmas will be here before we know it. So, we had a wild weekend in the world of NASCAR. Before I get to the Martinsville Madness recap, let me start out with a little bit of news. Now, Steve, do you remember the movie Days of Thunder?
Absolutely.
Well, this broke over the weekend. Now, Hollywood just needs to just go away with certain movies, okay? Mrs. Doubtfire being one of them. I cannot see a sequel to that. However, they're talking about doing a sequel to the Days of Thunder. I'm not stuttering. I'm not making this up. They're talking about making a remake of Days of Thunder. Which, if you know the true story behind it, you'll know how the loose rivalry of what happened back on the screen. But anyway, you remember Kurt Busch? Remember back in August, he got picked up for that DUI and that reckless driving charge?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he pled
driving in the DUI. Prosecutors dropped the rash driving charge while he received a 60-day suspended sentence in his own unsupervised probation. Well, Steve, the conspiracy theorists this weekend have run amok. I don't know what they're doing, but for at least once, take the tinfoil hat off. Now, one thing I forgot to hit on when I talked to you Friday is Ryan Preece was part of a wet weather test down at Homestead for RFK Racing. Now, this is where the conspiracy theorists are starting to live it up. Because remember, we've been talking about this for several months, that RFK is going to start a third car, and looks like Kroger is going to line up with them. Well, this just proves everything right, because the rumor now has it that they're going to get the charter from Rick Ware Racing on how they're going to run that third car. So, and Brad Keselowski was asked about that at the Roval, I believe, or at Homestead. I don't remember the one of the two, but he said, well, there's no announcement just yet. There's nothing coming. And, of course, the conspiracy theorists are already out there, already saying this is a done deal. But rumor has it, now, I've seen both ways on this next one, Steve. Rumor has it that John Hunter Nemechek is out next year at Legacy Motorsports. Now, I saw another report that said that he ain't going anywhere. So the original story that I have ran across was that John Hunter Nemechek is gone, but Corey Heim is coming in to take his spot. Now the thing though is Corey up, but Ty Gibbs and him do not get along. So, with that being said, John Nemechek has 4 top 10 finishes with an average of 25th. Eric Jones, the other driver for Legacy, has 1 top 5, 1 top 10, and an average of 21st. So, but now, Steve, did your little recap tell you about the way the other conspiracy theorists are running amok this weekend at Martinsville?
I don't believe so.
Well, your driver, that's the one you picked Friday, Denny Hamlin, decided to, back it up into the wall at practice. His throttle was stuck open. Now, Steve, I said the conspiracy theorists have run amok, and they say that NASCAR found a way of how to fix this throttle wide open so he could crash a backup car or fix the primary car, which is what they did, go to the back of the field, and he won't be in the championship. Like I said, the conspiracy theorists ran way over time this week. So, let's get on to the Martinsville race. Because, Steve, they should just change it from NASCAR to WWE, because that's exactly what they had at Martinsville. So let's start off on Friday night's race. Christian Eccles won the race after he squeezed Ben Ford up the track, and he punched his ticket to Phoenix next Friday for the championship race. Now, after the race, Tyler Gray got out of his truck, and I think he finished 4th or 5th. Got out of his truck, went over to Eccles, and, well, let's just say they had a pretty heated face-to-face discussion, and I imagine they weren't going to be talking about a golf time. So because if Gray would have won the race, he would have finished in the championship 4, which Eccles had already taken him out a couple other times in the race. Now, this is going to be the key rivalry to watch next year if NASCAR does not squash it. In the Xfinity Series, both drivers are coming up into Xfinity race. But now, Steve, did you hear about the fisticuffs on the Saturday night race at Martinsville.
Did not get to tune in. I know that the field is set for the Xfinity Series, but not who got into it Saturday night.
Oh, buddy, I'm going to tell you, this is going to be another one to watch, especially at Phoenix. Now, Eric Almirola won the Xfinity race Saturday with Sammy Smith and Chandler Smith coming in second and third. Now, Cole Custer and Chandler got into not just a heated discussion, but also a few punches were thrown in front of the NASCAR officials. Of course, it was a pretty good fight too. You know, I mean, my money would have been on Cole Custer, but anyway, Cole said his pay. Now Cole Custer said that this was his Chandler's payback from the incident in Kansas. But Chandler said that he was on the edge of making the championship as Cole Custer is in the championship. While Chandler does not have a ride for next year, it has nothing to lose. So my bet at the Xfinity race on Saturday is you watch old Chandler takes out Cole Custer because Cole's racing for that championship. But now, thanks to Philip from Florida, there was a little controversy that your little recap story did not pick up. The reason William Byron got in to the playoffs and into the championship was because Christopher Bell decided to pull the Ross Chastain move a few years back. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Where he went to the last lap, Ross Chastain went to the outside, passed, and got in front of the driver. I think it was Bubba Wallace. I could be wrong. But Christopher Bell did the same move. And the way they slotted that was that Christopher Bell had broken the rule that was set down. I'm sorry. When did it become, okay, the last lap, you could only pass on the inside? I mean, if I'm going for a spot in the playoffs or if I'm going for a win, it don't matter if you go high or low. As long as you get out front, that's the name of the game. And that's something that NASCAR, it keeps flip-flopping. But at least they got it right, and they didn't make any controversial out of this. I heard after the race what they interviewed with Christopher Bell, and he was defeated. He didn't argue. He didn't have to, throw a tantrum because they could have appealed this, but they didn't want to appeal it because there's really nothing to appeal. NASCAR has this rule. You broke the rule. And what happened is William Byron actually got the spot because they were tied at the end of the race. So there's a little bit of controversy this weekend, Steve.
Just another day in paradise, as Scotty likes to say. How many races have we watched over the years on the last lap? Yeah, a pass on the outside? That's won many a races. All right, it's 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Seeing as it is election week, and there's going to be all kind of controversy, accusations of fraud, funny business taking place all over the country. Yeah, we know what's going to be dominating the headlines. But a report last week from the Washington Times that takes us back in time. Remember old James Comey? Yeah, the House Judiciary Committee is investigating a report that the FBI was targeting Donald Trump from the first days of his presidential campaign, going back to 2015. An explosive report recounting that an FBI whistleblower has submitted information that in 2015, the then FBI director, James Comey, had personally directed an off-the-books operation to infiltrate the Trump operation. And that Comey used one of the oldest ploys in the book to try to get incriminating information. According to the Times, an FBI agent who was part of Comey's probe revealed its existence in a disclosure sent to the Judiciary Committee. That's why they call them whistleblowers. The agent claims 2 female FBI agents operating at Comey's personal direction were sent to act as, they call them honeypots, while traveling with Mr. Trump and his campaign staff on the trail. Honeypots, or honey traps, is the clandestine jargon for female operatives who use sexual intimacy to gain trust from targets and extract information from them. In the Trump campaign case, according to the report, Comey had no grounded suspicion of criminal behavior to investigate, so this was more of what agents would describe as a fishing expedition to find something incriminating about Trump. Off the books, honeypot operation, no criminal predicate. Fishing expedition launched by Comey to look for criminal behavior of Trump and the people on his campaign. The op was then hidden from Inspector General and Congress. In other words, James Comey buried it. The timing described by the Washington Times is important. If this is true, it means Comey was using the apparatus of the federal government paid for by American taxpayers to target a political figure without even a fig leaf of potential criminal activity. Trump announced his campaign for presidency in June of 2015. The FBI's Crossfire hurricane investigation of Trump and the Russian collusion. That didn't begin till almost a year later. Comey himself was fired by Trump in May of 2017, who obviously then became an outspoken critic of Trump. Crossfire hurricane was itself a washout after the investigation generated years of establishment media coverage, created disastrous distractions damaging the Trump presidency, and at a cost of tens of millions in taxpayer dollars, which ultimately gave us the report by the special counsel Robert Mueller that found no basis for the Russian collusion charges. So this whistleblower's allegation, if it's true again, means that Comey himself had set his sights on Trump long before he was even the Republican nominee for the 2016 race. The goal was apparently to destroy the political movement he represented with incriminating information that these honeypots would collect. I guess they didn't get anything. According to the Times, Comey's probe was ended when one of the women involved was photographed by a newspaper and the image was going to be published. The FBI's press office, according to the whistleblower account, told the unnamed newspaper that the woman was an informant, not an agent, and that she would likely be killed if that picture was published. One of the women involved was transferred to the CIA with her consent to keep her from being available as a witness to Comey's scheme, according to the whistleblower. The other woman has been promoted and now is a high-level FBI executive. I don't know. You think they'll be talking about that on The View later this morning? Right? No, nobody will be talking about it. We'll see where it goes. But obviously the House Judiciary Committee is on the case. And I don't know, who can you call in to testify now? 2015. Is there a statute of limitations of 7 years? I mean, here we are knocking on the 10-year window. And I'm not sure what the statute even would be. Stuff you can't make up. They were out for Trump from day number one. James Comey, the FBI director at the time. All right, about a minute before our news break here. I guess they had some discussions over the weekend. OPEC Plus announcing they're going to delay an oil output increase that was planned to start in December. They're going to delay this at this point for another month. According to the producer group, speaking to Reuters on Sunday, weak demand from China and rising supply outside the group putting downward pressure on the oil market. The OPEC Plus, of course, the organization of petroleum exporting countries, plus Russia and other allies, was scheduled to raise output by 180,000 barrels per day in December. They had already delayed the increase from October due to falling prices. Weak demand and weak economic data raising concerns that the group that adding more supplies would push prices lower. Okay, oil prices closed on Friday just above $73 per barrel. We'll take care of a news break, and it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been tearing through swing states in the last hours of the U.S. election campaign, whose undecided voters could decide the result of the race. Jagriti Dave reports from Washington.
After her surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, Democratic nominee Kamala Harris hit the battleground state of Michigan. Her challenge there is reaching out to those Arab American voters disillusioned with the White House over its approach to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Republican Donald Trump spent Sunday in North Carolina and Georgia, starting off in Pennsylvania, where he once again falsely claimed the election was being stolen and disparaged an Iowa survey that put Harris ahead in the state.
Moldova's pro-EU President Maya Sandu won a second term in an election runoff. Her rival Alexander Stoyanoglu had called for closer ties with Russia. Officials in Valencia say they understand people's frustration after Spain's king was pelted with mud on a visit to one of the towns devastated by last week's flooding. Nearly 220 people are known to have died, dozens more are missing. Samuel Romero's a civil engineer in the area. He says volunteers have been working tirelessly.
We need to clean so many houses, we need to clean so many businesses. More people we will need once we need to rebuild all this. But what we need is big machinery, because we need to move all the stuff to lorries in order to clean the streets first, and then to put some water in there and start cleaning all the pavement. These hands are really needed, and we are so grateful of people how they are self-organizing and trying to help everyone, just bringing food, bringing anything they have at home that they think that it could be useful.
All primary schools have been closed for a week in Lahore because of unprecedented air pollution in Pakistan. In neighbouring India, air quality in parts of New Delhi's dipped to severe levels, with pollutants spiking to 10 times the permissible limits. Officials could now bring in more measures to tackle the pollution, as Ishan Garg reports.
For now, what the Delhi government, which is dealing with the problem locally here in the national capital, it has deployed 200 movable smog guns, and the idea is to basically target dust particles coming from construction sites. We are currently in phase 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan, which is the policy framework designed to tackle pollution in this time of the year, and there's a likelihood that we are going to advance to stage 3 of this response action plan. In stage 3, what we're likely to see is more bans on construction activities, more bans on firewood burning, more bans on biomass burning. We will also likely see some sort of cuts on vehicles on the road down the line, as well as we have seen in the past.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret,
Tip of the hat to our highway angel, the Truckload Carriers Association. You named a truck driver a highway angel after he used his trailer to keep people alive in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. 56-year-old Michael Dorsey had just finished loading his truck in Erwin, Tennessee, when the town was ravaged by catastrophic, deadly flooding from the Nolichucky River. Dorsey used his trailer to help 11 people seeking refuge from the flooding caused by the storm, wreaking havoc across the southeast. Dorsey was in an industrial park just a few hundred feet from the river near the North Carolina border when the floodwaters swept through the area about 10 a.m. on September 26. He told FreightWaves 10 people climbed onto his trailer trying to escape the floodwaters, while the trucker estimated was moving at 55 to 60 miles per hour. Another person seeking refuge, a woman, got into his truck with him. The water spilled into the truck, so he and Bertha, whose last name he didn't know, joined the others on the trailer. Chaos and tragedy and survival followed. The water was just rushing. I was telling Miss Bertha because she was so panicky. I said, "Don't worry, I've got you." He said the water flipped the truck and detached it from the trailer. That rushing water carried away the trailer and the dozen people on it. He said Bertha was frightened. He comforted her until something hit his head, knocking him unconscious, sending him into the raging water. He said the water was so cold it shocked him awake. He was caught in the current until he grabbed onto debris and was later rescued by emergency personnel. Of the dozen people that were on the trailer that day, 6 actually perished, including Bertha. He said he's struggled with insomnia and guilt since the tragedy. I told her I had her. I kind of feel guilty that I couldn't hold on to her. I know it wasn't my fault, but I still feel responsible. He said he is connected with one of Bertha's relatives and another survivor, a Marine veteran. Dorsey drives for Kentucky-based Mercer Transportation. He said he had borrowed a colleague's truck to use until he receives money from his insurance company, and as the sole provider for his family, he returned to work about a month after the tragedy. I don't want nobody looking at me like I'm a hero. I'm not a hero. I was in the right place at the right time. God puts you in certain situations. I would want somebody to do the same for my family if that sort of an opportunity presented itself. But and I know that sounds similar to the story about the industrial park where the employees there said management was not letting them leave the morning of the flooding. Remember that scenario? And I'm thinking that may have been the same case. Employees were finally dismissed, but once they got out to their vehicles in the parking lot, the water had risen and there was no way out of the industrial park. Many of them ultimately ended up on that trailer, and again, several actually perished in the flooding there. Eagle back on board. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you putting me back on. Hey, listen, Steve, I wanted to make this phone call again. I'm definitely going to call back in tomorrow. We've been talking for a long time, Steve, brother. Since 2020, after what went down there, we less than 1 day away from probably one of the most crucial elections in the history of the United States of America. I'm real nervous. I shouldn't be nervous, Steve, because there shouldn't be no doubt that Donald Trump should come out the winner. But we're dealing with some very bad people on the Democrat side. They will do anything they can to win this election. They lie, cheat, steal. They're capable of anything, and I'm very worried about it. I'm very worried about this situation, Steve. I'm hoping and praying that when Tuesday night, when I call in, we'll have some good news. But like I say, I'm very scared. Hopefully, the God will bless Donald Trump. He will bless America and let the right thing happen, because Kamala getting in is definitely the wrong thing. I'm hoping that God will allow this to happen, because America's at a crossroads, Steve. We can't go down this road for another 4 years. I told you just the other day about truck driver. When I got in this profession back in 1999, a veteran truck driver told me, he said, I was young, he told me, son, he said, you want a job that's going to last you for the rest of your life, where you can drive. This guy was in his 60s or 70s when he told me this. He was getting ready to get out of the truck driving business, ready to retire. But he said, I was young. He said, you need to get in this truck and you need to get out there and make you some money, and you will have a lifetime job. You'll drive that damn truck until you're 70 or 80, just like me. Well, apparently he couldn't tell the future, because little did I know and little did he know, Steve, that even truck drivers are on the firing line right now, with trucking companies going out of business due to the fact that there's nothing to haul, because people don't have any money to spend on extra goods and food and the basics now. So if people are not buying things in America, that affects truck drivers too, because we don't have nothing to haul. So now you got trucking companies going out of business. And never in my life, when I started this business, did I think I would ever have to worry about losing my job due to nothing, due to the freight. I thought there would be an unlimited amount of freight in America for truckers, but apparently it's not. It's going down a very bad slope right now, Steve. And we, like I say, 4 years from now, there's going to be a lot of guys that's not driving these trucks. I might be one of them. I don't know. I hope, but there's some very bad things going to happen if Kamala gets in. Now, I want to go back over, Steve, right quick. The deaths of these young girls that over the last couple of years, due to these individuals coming in illegal, the Trinidad Aragua gangs and other people. I want to say something that Donald Trump said over the weekend about some of these girls. Okay, yesterday he was in Macon, Georgia. He has yet another story, Steve. Yet another woman spoke. I think this woman was from Puerto Rico. Her daughter was killed just last week by an undocumented alien, and they said that they did things to her body that they couldn't even say on the video that they were showing tonight. This woman, young woman that was killed by these individuals in the country illegally. And I told you the story about the girl that Donald Trump keeps talking about, the girl in Houston, Texas, where I was born and raised, where a girl was killed literally on the same street that I grew up on. The young girl that was, I think she was 14 or 15, killed by Trinidad Aragua people that was in the country illegally. They had been deported out of the country, and they came back in, and Kamala and Joe Biden didn't do a damn thing about them. And now this young girl is dead, and her mother is heartbroken. And like I said, I grew up in that same area, Steve. Never in my life, when I was growing up back in the 80s, never did I have to worry about somebody from another country coming in and trying to take my life or my sister's life. This is uncalled for. But here's the biggest slap in the face about the whole deal, Steve. Here's the biggest slap, like all the mothers have said. Guess what? You would think, I can understand maybe a man, but Steve, you would think Kamala Harris being a woman, because women are supposed to have bigger hearts than men, you would think that would be the least that Kamala Harris could do, was to give these people a phone call. The people, these mothers that have lost their daughters, say, I'm sorry, I hate that it happened to your daughter. I feel real bad about this. I wish that this would have never happened to you. But guess what? These families have not received no phone calls, Steve. You could talk about the girl that got killed in Georgia, the college girl last year. You could talk about the girl in Houston. You talk about the girl in Georgia that just got. You could talk about girls, a woman over in Virginia that you talk. You could talk about women, kids and women all over the United States that have been killed by these people, Steve. And Kamala Harris, she has a cell phone just like me and you. There's no reason why Kamala Harris can't pick up her phone and call these people and say, I feel real bad. I'm sorry that this happened. Last time I checked, Steve, Donald Trump wasn't the president, but yet Donald Trump has got into contact with all of these families and talked to these families about the loss of their daughter. He's even paid for the funerals of some of these people, made arrangements to help these people raise money to bury their child. This shows you that Kamala has no heart, Steve, and she has no feelings about what has happened to these families. And just in case anybody, like Trump said today, Steve, if anybody had any doubts about Kamala caring about these families and trying to stop it, last time I checked, Kamala Harris was the vice president, and she also was the border czar. But am I right or am I wrong, Steve? Is the border still open right now? Are people still coming into the U.S. as we speak right now?
100%. Absolutely. Wide open.
Yes or no? Okay. Well, that tells you all you need to know about Kamala. That, like, she's in the White House right now. All she got to do is make a phone call to Joe Biden and tell him to shut the border down, that we can't have no more deaths by these illegal people in the country. But guess what? Kamala won't do it, and she hasn't done it. And guess what? In 2024, if she is elected, she won't do it then, because if she was going to do it, she'd already done it. So anybody having doubts about who you want to vote for on Tuesday morning, there's your answer right there. Kamala Harris doesn't care about you or your family. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, always good to hear from you. Have a great Monday. All right, especially with the time change, right? Everything's going to be different. Yeah, there's always more accidents that occur on the Monday after the time change. Yeah, sun coming up earlier. You get the sun glare, right? The blinding sun in some cases. And the Colorado Department of Transportation reminding drivers of the annual sun glare safety closures on I-70 are about to start. From early November through February, the Colorado DOT may close eastbound I-70 at what is known as Floyd Hill, east of Idaho Springs, from sunrise till about 8:30 a.m. due to that sun glare that makes driving dangerous, almost impossible. Now, the first sun glare closure was expected to take place this past morning if the weather was clear. The sun's angle in combination with the hill and the highway's configuration create a blinding sun glare for drivers as they head eastbound up Floyd Hill. This is mile markers 244 to 248. The intense sun glare occurs as far east as Genesee, beginning around sunrise, lasting till about 8:30 in the morning. Now, they say the sun glare closures will last up to an hour, and they're made on a case-by-case basis each morning by the DOT and the Colorado State Patrol. Sun glare detour information can be found at the Colorado DOT website. But traffic headed eastbound on I-70 will be rerouted to exit 244, which is at the bottom of Floyd Hill. Motorists can either stay the course on US 6 through Clear Creek Canyon, or you can take the eastbound I-70 frontage road and get back onto I-70 at Beaver Brook. But truckers should be aware there are height restrictions in the tunnels along US 6 Clear Creek Canyon. No vehicles over 12 feet 7 inches could travel that route. They do say closures average about 45 minutes to an hour. Again, they can occur anywhere between sunrise and about 8:30 a.m. Now through February. And they've learned over the years it's better just to temporarily shut things down to avoid what you have. If traffic, for whatever reason, may be slowed, the people with the sun glare, they don't see it, and you end up with pileups. People rear-ending others. And all right, we'll return after this. 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, see what's going on with the CNI dog. Good morning.
Good morning. You were talking about the sun glare. About this time of year, behind a couple of restaurants, in between a hotel in my hometown, there's a parking lot, and there's like a concrete island kind of, separating the drive path to where you park. And my wife and I were coming out of the restaurant. We heard somebody drive over the concrete. Like, what just happened there,
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a second one that did that. So after that happened, we parked over there, and we were yelling at people, don't go, because the sun at that time would just be lined up where you could not see the concrete barrier, So, yeah, I do believe that that does happen. It does block your vision.
Right. And I mean, for all those people that
I know
everybody heading off to work later this morning, everything's going to be an hour different. So the sun glare is going to be hitting people that usually don't have the sun glare.
Right. Also, I remember going down 30. 30 is in Indiana towards Fort Wayne and stuff. The sun was like bouncing up and down, not literally, but in my view on 30, that was kind of tough to deal with, but I survived it. Last thing I'd like to say is please go out and vote. I'm not telling you who to vote for, but this is your time to vote, where a rich man like Elon or a poor man that, barely can make ends meet are equal footing. They both have a say in what's going on in this country. So please go out and vote. Thank you, Steve. Have a great show.
One person, one vote, and yes, they are all equal. 100%. As long as there's no shenanigans going on, right? Let's see. One thing I heard this past week, Trump, if elected, has been apparently discussing stopping fluoride treatment for our drinking water around the country. There are 2 towns in New York State that have suspended water fluoridation after a federal judge ruled that the Environmental Protection Agency must address the impacts of fluoride use on our children. It affects their cognitive development, apparently. So this is just a taste which could spread to a national scenario. And if Trump were to be elected, I would presume RFK Jr. would probably be the one that's going to be handling these sort of things. The towns of Somers and Yorktown announcing they will both stop using fluoride in their municipal water supply. Yorktown Supervisor Ed Lachterman said, in light of this federal ruling and the long-standing concerns expressed by many Yorktown residents, I have decided to suspend water fluoridation as a precautionary measure. Now, there was the city of Abilene in Texas. They have also suspended the fluoridation of public waters. Yeah, the city of Abilene, in a press release, said this temporary suspension is being implemented out of an abundance of caution to safeguard public health. Studies have shown that millions of pregnant women are currently being exposed to levels of fluoride that have the potential to lower their children's IQ by at least 4 to 6 points. I guess that's significant enough. Like fluoridation, is it really necessary in this day and age? I remember as a kid, yes, when they started the process of putting fluoride in the water, to help us not get cavities. I don't know that it did much for me as a kid to prevent me from getting cavities. I had plenty of them. And of course, you're getting fluoride from the toothpaste, you're getting fluoride, too much fluoride. And of course, that's why they tell the kids, do not swallow your toothpaste when you brush your teeth. You don't want to be ingesting all that fluoride. Rinse your mouth, spit it out. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Monday morning. As who was it earlier mentioned, they put away the boat. I hope you used Staybill in that fuel there before putting away your boat for the season over the weekend. Staybill Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and prevents corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Staybill Storage. Store that engine the right way with Staybill. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight, rolling into Election Day.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything